I've not had enough caffeine today. I don't have any more. I have water. It's not gonna be good. I'll be short-tempered today. Right, there's that. Everything is just a complete mess around here for some reason. I don't know when I kicked this off. Hey, almost an engineer. It's Tuesday, yeah. My age is 19 months. Wait, I thought you just, wow. Pew pew in the database. Not yet, not yet. Still working. I know, yeah, COVID is like hitting fast forward on the time date. I don't like it. I don't like it. Time is flying and I'm not getting stuff done. What was I doing? I was cleaning up a little bit. Ay, ay. There's a lot of stuff to like organize around here right now. What else? I have the window cracked, so it should be cooling down in here. It's like stuffy in here right now. I do not like it when stuff gets like warm and stuffy. I need to be a little colder than this. I'll get there. I'll perk up. It doesn't help that one of my roommates has taken to the table that's like right overhead. And so I feel like that presence of somebody else being around that I don't like when I'm trying to, you know, perform, basically. I don't like that. I don't like other people knowing what I'm up to or listening to all of my hollering down here. Then I can't be fully abusive towards you guys, as I am wont to do. I need to organize some of this stuff, some of the silicon tubing bins. So I'll do that while we start. All the excess water cooling stuff I got lying around. Your logic is weird. I don't know what you mean. It's not Tuesday, so it's a Tuesday, but it's almost a Tuesday when it's Tuesday, but when it's not Tuesday, it's Tuesday, but then Tuesday. All right, man, you do you. You do you, and I'll be over here, not listening to what you're saying. Get high, look above yourself, look down to yourself, and realize that yourself is yourself. When you're above yourself and behind yourself, and you're around yourself, and you feel like yourself. DJ Shadow Mix. An old DJ Shadow Mix. Here, let's get back a little bit there. I got all my stuff going. Why would you have thermal cameras? This is Metronomic Live playing right now. You guys are interested in somebody who mixes cool mixes in New York City? Check out Metronomic Live. Streamer, Twitch streamer. Monday 2.0. Does kind of feel like that. Although I decided that I wouldn't stream on Mondays just precisely because it's Monday. I don't feel like dealing with Mondays. Of course, that doesn't mean that anybody else who lives here can actually conceptualize the fact that my Monday is my Sunday, because I am in entertainment. Oh, whoops, sorry. No, that was me. I didn't scroll down and do the category. We'll turn it to science and tech. Soul Calibur 2? No, there it is, science and tech, done. All right, there we go, updated. Sorry about that. We're not percolate today. I may bring that, I don't know, I may do a surprise stream with Summer Car, because I didn't, you know, we didn't get a medal. I think I could get a medal. I think I could get a medal. If I actually apply the percolate to the wheels of the car. I was thinking about doing, there's a trick for getting a better brake balance out of the Satsuma, and that would be, what is it, emptying the, I forget if it's the front or the rear, brake cylinder 50%. So you unscrew, I think it's the rear. You unscrew the rear caliper bolts and you let it leak, and then you get it to be about 50%, and then you put the cap back on. And so you've got a bit more of a front-wheel drive car brake balance going on. That's maybe not the problems that I was having, but if I could get it to not lock up the front wheels when I brake hard for that right-hand turn after the after what I call flat-out farm. There's the farm, and then there's that right-hand turn that's kind of a bit of a hairpin. If I can get the brakes to not lock up on that, I think my times will be much better. I saw Groovy something posted his 5-minute run. I used to watch this channel. Hey man, good to see you back. Groovy posted his 5:55 run in a stock Satsuma, and it looked like my run, except he even had an area that he actually crashed in and kept going, and yet he got 5:55. So I don't know what I'm missing. I don't know what I'm not doing. I don't know what I'm not doing. I think it's those turns. I need to be more confident in those hairpin turns, that, and then keep the car moving instead of crashing on every single hairpin turn. And then I think I'll get the time that I want to get. Of course, I have force feedback off when I'm doing it. That's not much of a challenge. That just makes it a big controller. And you get all the tubing stuff out of the way. That's why I'm sitting here doing this. I don't know what to do about these little lengths of tube. The longer lengths of tube are the ones that I bought. But like, this is from a Keurig. A Keurig. Try to get all my little medical, tiny little fittings off of these things. All right, so I got the 3D print for the back panel, so we can actually start piecing some of this stuff together as it will be in the final configuration. I didn't buy Maker Beam. I should have done that. I forgot to buy Maker Beam. I could have had Maker Beam by now. That would be the appropriate length and not be all chewed up at the top. Oh well, I have to live with my mistakes here. Just like in my summer car. .4G? What? What, you mean like cells, like be like cell signals, but it's actually just, it just means how many grams the fireworks are? I'm disappointed that I wasn't able to make pole position in the rally, and we only got like 3 runs in. That's why I haven't really touched my save file. The next time I stream that game, which may be sooner than later, the next time I stream that game, we're picking up right where we left off. And I'm gonna get that fucking medal. I'm gonna have a good run, damn it. I'll enable the steering wheel paddles so that I can properly shift quickly. Although the auto clutch is probably what's killing me more than anything else. I need like a bin for all of my tube scraps. I don't have one. Why am I coughing? Chicken salad sandwich. Why have you betrayed me? All these little scraps of tube, they got nothing to do with any of them. Some of them are for air pumps. They were all part of a coffee machine. Some of them are just garbage. What are these doing in here? Oh my god. Some of them are just gross. The Keurig is a fairly complex machine, to be honest. There's more fittings at the bottom of this thing. Yep, I do remember those. Yeah, oh, you did that? That's awesome. Yeah, so they were VKB pedals, and yeah, there was some weird stuff about them, and I still want to get back to those at some point, because, you know, eventually Star Citizen is going to come out in like a couple hundred years. And I would like to have my dual joysticks set up working by then, but there's really no rush. But yeah, what we did is we took a pair of VKB pedals, and what they're designed to do is they're designed to work with VKB's own little controller box. And their own little controller box has a microcontroller in it that will talk to, yeah, Fatanon, that was my joke. You just did my joke, but less funny. Anyway, so the controller box for the VKB pedals is literally just, it's just a microcontroller, and it's communicating with all of the VKB stuff, this Russian simulator stuff. And so that's not the appropriate response. The Russian pedals and stuff connect to this little box. But the thing is, the Russians try to keep you from using your own little box. And so they hid the signals behind some signal manipulation that I think is rather interesting. What they did is they took their signal and they pitted it against itself in an XOR. So they XOR'd the signal against itself. So every time a state changed on the thing, a 1 to a 0 or 0 to a 1, it would do like a weird operation, and nothing, like if the signal stayed the same or something like that, like you wouldn't see a difference. I think maybe it was the previous packet that they did it against. I forget, but we took two halves of the signal and we XOR'd them together, and then we actually got data out of it. The only problem was I couldn't really suss out what exactly the data was saying, and it turns out the magnetic sensor that they use to do the position of the pedals is literally just a, what do you call it? It's just a magnetometer chip that does 180 degrees. So 180 degrees on this thing. So I need to reevaluate it based on that and figure out what we actually have. That's if I ever get back to it. But yeah, you help me, Ref Red, help me. God fucking damn it. Every minute of the day. Look at this. I have had 4 or 5 times that this thing has yelled at me. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. I've got 13 units of active insulin. This thing is riding the line, and every couple minutes it beeps to tell me that, first of all, the automatic control for raising and lowering my glucose level can't do anything. Second of all, that my glucose level's high. But it's like, I'm just right on the line. Just manage your blood sugar better. I would almost, I'm angry enough to really jump at you for that comment, because I have enough insulin in my system that this is gonna go back down. You know, I just ate a chicken salad sandwich on rye. I have given myself enough insulin for this to go down. But in the meantime, I have had 3 or 4 different alerts telling me that everything is fucked and it requires my entire attention every single time. I'm at my wit's end. I'm so angry right now at this. I'm so mad. Like, why do they allow it to do this? Just give it a timeout. You know, I have it remind me after 2 hours that my glucose level is still high, right? 2 hours, because the control system, fucking insulin takes hours for it to peak, right? Technically it's 15 minutes, but it does peak after a short amount of time, but you still have it in your system for a long time. It takes a long time. for insulin to do its stuff. And so this has an immediate alert, but when it dips back down below that line, it'll reset all the alert flags. So if it goes back up on the line again, it'll alert me again. It's so fucking heinous. I'm angry. I'm very angry. I just can't stand it today. I can't deal with it. Can't deal with it. I'm just getting all the gross tubes out of here. Trying to organize them a little bit. All the gross tubes and little tube fittings and stuff like that. I need to like put them in a plastic bag or something so they don't foul up my storage. This whole bin just needs to be looked at. I got a couple stepper motor, like smaller stepper motors in here, and some control stuff, but it's ultimately a very confused bin. It doesn't really know what it is. What's up, Gonad? I posted my my final livery in the Discord. I have a version of that has all the mud splatter on it. Away. Sort of. My shop is becoming an increasingly large pile of detritus. I'm running out of space to work. The textures from GTA 4, actually. I was just Googling stuff. I need like a bag to put all this. We're not going to need all this today, you know? This is the test length. We'll probably need extra tube from these. But then all this other stuff is all just extras. Let me see if I can go get a plastic bag to just shove all this stuff in. All of my patience. All of my patience. All of it. What the hell's this? Do I just have like sugar in a bag? Oh, it's salt. I put salt in a plastic bag for the bug of salt. I don't have any plastic bags left. Shit. What do I do? Where do I put this stuff then? I don't have any plastic bags. I don't have any bins or cases that I want to foul up with a bunch of silicone tubes. I'm out of storage space. I don't got none. Let's see. I guess I can just do this for now. I got a seltzer case here. These are a little bit worse than the norm. Wow. I'll just fill that with gross tubing. Or it can get fouled up with dust and shit. Great. This is my life. All right. There. I'll have to relocate these eventually after I like wash them off. Like these are like coffee stained. I don't know how that happens in a closed system. But we do have a method for sealing these at least now. Need to make sure to do that to all the tubes. Basically, it's this. Just put a little piece of the tube over the collar. Listen, I've only been visited by WindowCat twice, or 3 times maybe, and it's only during the summer, and it's only during Saturday or Sunday afternoon. I think it's Sunday afternoon. And it's only when it starts to get a little chilly out. Because I think because I leave the window open, there's like a little bit of warm air that comes out of this shop. So I've barely ever seen WindowCat, and WindowCat doesn't even like me. I don't know why people still talk about WindowCat. I went out to say hi to WindowCat and he hissed at me. So, you know, I don't got nothing for you, WindowCat. No love. I feel like these fittings are all gonna fall out because there are these giant gaps on the corners of this box. This is like a seltzer bin. This is not as well made as the White Claw ones or the Tired Hands ones. A lot of fittings though. At least we got that. All right, that's all the silicon water cooling stuff. And now I don't have room for the bin. Bin has no place. No place. Put it over here for now. And it'll hopefully not fall off. No, okay, can't fit it around there. There we go. No, it's getting fouled up. Camera not frozen, good. Sorry, I bumped the camera USB. Okay, so that's our test tube. I've got more hoses over there for when we need it. Don't need this right now. I only just got the male-to-male fittings for the water blocks. I think I'm set to go. We can move this. We're not going to be soldering quite today. That's off. Okay, good. I haven't been soldering in a while. I had to do a bunch of soldering last night. My function key stopped working. So I had to, on my keyboard, it's a code V3B. And so there's a function key and you hit one of the F10. It's like F11 and F12 in order to turn on and off the backlighting and turn it up and down. And so I wasn't able to control the backlighting. The function key isn't actually a key on the keyboard, so I can't use that keyboard testing website in order to figure out whether or not the function key was functioning. So every other key on the keyboard I had to get running by tapping it a bunch, right? Just because of the cleaning process, I think, concentrated stuff on the actual key part of the key, right? The actual contact of the key. So the function key has been sitting for months without me having vetted it out as working. And so I think it was during the My Summer Car stream when I was setting up, I think I hit it and dimmed the keyboard even more, or the keyboard just went to a weird dim thing. I tried to correct it. Didn't work. Look up a picture of the keyboard online. Which one's the function key? Which one's the Windows menu key? Well, on the pictures of the keyboard online, the function and the menu keys are flipped. I don't know why. So I looked up my keyboard specifically and I downloaded the manual. There's like 7 different manuals and I downloaded like all of them almost twice for some of them because I keep every other day I kept trying the function key again and again and again to try to figure out why it wasn't working. And the question was, am I hitting the right key? So I hit function F12, and then of course the view source menu would come up and all that other nonsense in the browser. So I kept trying and trying and trying, and finally I broke down and I said, like what was it, last night? I went, look, I think the only thing left, because there are dip switches on the back of the keyboard, so you set the dip switch and then you try again, and you set the dip switch and then you try again. Nothing was happening. I was like, all right, well, what's going on here? So I took apart the keyboard and I put my multimeter on the Windows key. Works. Put it on the function key. Doesn't work. Pressed the function key a bunch. Still didn't work. Took the keycap out, which is a pain in the ass. Took it apart. Looked at the contacts. I don't know how to fix that. There's no way for me to like bend the metal contact so that it hits again properly. So I tried a couple things and then I tried putting it all back together. Still didn't work. So in the end, I went online, I bought a pack of 10 Cherry MX clears, and then I swapped the right-hand Windows key and the function key. Who uses the right-hand Windows key? Like, nobody uses it. Of course, I'm gonna get chat messages like, I always use the right-hand Windows key. Like, nobody fucking uses it. But so I swapped the 2 keys, and now my defunct key is the Windows menu key until I get a new one. Yeah, some keyboards don't even have it. Mine does for some weird reason. It's like caps lock. It's like a pointless key. So yeah. Yeah, remapping it, maybe. I would never remember to hit it. It'd be a good push to talk button if you could remap it. But yeah, so that's now the dead key, and I'm just waiting for new keys in the mail. But like, man, that was obnoxious. That was the only soldering that I've done in the past month. Jeez. Might be some soldering that I have to do for this. We'll see. All right. I get everything's still messy. Can't get away from it. I'll move you guys a little closer in here. We'll go to a multi-view. Yeah, who uses them? And what I find baffling about Windows is they seem to assume you're always going to have a keyboard. I mean, I guess like touchscreens and stuff, right? They've kind of pivoted on into touchscreens, but like if my keyboard stops working, which is a thing that happens because I'll be absent-minded and I'll spill stuff on it, or you know, any iteration of that. You know, those what do you call it? If the keyboard stops working, I can't get to on-screen keyboard. I mean, I guess it's probably in the start menu, but there's like no, I don't know if there's a way to like pull up on-screen keyboard automatically. You have to go through the start menu, right? Accessibility. Yeah, you got to go through a bunch of menus in order to get to it. Under O. Yep. Yeah. It's so I don't know. Should be an easier way. Oh, and the other thing is if I have the bugged keyboard plugged in and I try to go to on-screen keyboard, it doesn't come up. It doesn't come up until your keyboard reaches a neutral state. Yeah, it's a weird menu. I don't know. Windows usually use touchscreen to show on the bottom right taskbar, or an icon automatically opens when you click on an input field. Yeah, well, it did. I mean, I don't have a touch screen, so when my keyboard screws up, it's just like all hell breaks loose. I don't know. I need to order another BB25 mail. Because how many inputs am I gonna need? We have 25. We're gonna do 2 stepper motors, so that's 8. Limit switch ground. You're afraid of me. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. Laser is 4. That's 19. So we're already, yeah. 22. Jesus. Yeah, we're using all of them. Okay. Yeah, the streaming keyboard's been my super oops keyboard. I need to order another one. They sell mechanical keyboards for like dollars now, so I need to get one and just stash it. All my old keyboards have gone to FK Productions just in some way, shape, or form, just out of the need for a keyboard on a computer in a project, and then I don't end up asking for it back. But yeah, they're super cheap. Like, you can get super cheap mechanical keyboards. Metronomic Live. Check him out. He does DJ. He makes music so that I can be grumpy and try to wake up before stream. Let me get my glass of water. I'm groggier than I thought. I thought I woke up pretty in pretty good shape, but I'm dragging a little bit here. Maybe it's just lunch. Lunch is just getting to me. You know what? I should probably keep that. What else? What else? What else? What else we got today? Got Blizzard Activision getting bought by Microsoft. I don't know what that's gonna come. What's gonna come of that? Just looked at previous examples of when Microsoft bought a gaming company and kept it around. Even larger monopoly. That's what we get. Wow. So they put Scholastic or silicon sealant or probably just like caulk on the end of this laser diode to try to protect the wires from strain. They are not trying hard enough. This is not how you do that. Like, come on, guys. Yeah, MechWarrior's been Microsoft for a long time, though. Yeah, Minecraft is doing okay under Microsoft, yeah. The whole point of the Scholastic here is that you're supposed to be relieving the strain on the metal part of this wire, the part that's solid from solder, because when that bends, it will shear off much faster. So what you do is you put enough hot glue to get all the way to the jacket so that the wire bends at the jacket and not at the metal. That is not what is happening here, and it's sort of pretty bad. If they put a much shorter length of wire, they could use less of the sealant, but it's not a good situation. You know, these little cheap laser diodes that you buy from like Amazon for like $1 each, you gotta watch out for these things. There's little issues in these things. Little issues. This medium-sized laser driver. I gotta figure out what size the laser's gonna be if we do water cool it. We gotta see what this pump does, but I wanna kind of put together this stuff. I don't need to fix that. That's like a 10 milliwatt red. I basically bought it for the enclosure. I need caffeine and I don't have caffeine. I need like an airdrop Red Bull just to like land on my lap. It's not gonna happen though. It's not gonna happen, so I'll just power through and I'll wake up as we go. Key? What? On from Microsoft nowadays is new KI. Killer Instinct? Oh, Killer Instinct. Yeah, I guessed it. Oh no. They rolled in at just about the same time. I mean, I guess I could get tea or coffee, but that would require me to make it. I don't want to make anything. I have all the stuff I need to make tea, just like right here. I'm not gonna do that. Nah, it's better I don't have too much caffeine. Unless I have a Red Bull and then I start really tweaking. Yeah, my age is thank you for the 4 months in a row, which is 19 total. I appreciate that. Chewing a tea packet. Just like the Brits did. All right. So how about those Raspberry Pi 4 prices? They say from $35, but not available, not available, not available. Jesus Christ. Oh no, not Amazon. I wanted to look at eBay. What is that thing? Wait a minute. That was a snowblower. All right, let's see. $122. Oh my God, what the fuck? These prices. Obviously, these aren't like, but I mean, they're all like, they're hitting about an average. Like 100 to 170 average. We got some at 50 and stuff. Read description, open box. Nah, shipping is reasonable. Smoke-free home. Open box item, put together then disassembled. Isn't what we needed. Does not come with a Raspberry Pi 4 Model B. Comes with a third-party clear case, OEM power. What is this then? You're trying to spend $50 for... Okay, it's just this stuff. But you listed it as Raspberry Pi 4 Model B SATA. I guess that... a little misleading. Yep. Look at these fucking prices. Oh my god. Yeah, that's true. They're at least trying a little bit. Not as much as they could. But it's still reasonable, I guess. Anything on eBay, I expect to be getting a brick in the mail, so pretty crazy though. Like that. Hey, why don't you do burn the subs on a Raspberry Pi 4? Yeah, all right. Fuck that. I'm thinking about Raspberry Pi 4 for the next burn the subs, but that's just because I want to use all the swanky stuff. We don't really need to use the swanky stuff though. Burn the subs like doesn't need more than the Raspberry Pi that it's got. Orange Pi, yeah. I don't need a Raspberry Pi 4. I don't need like a whole PC to be. Even the Raspberry Pi 3B Plus is like bored with what it's doing. Yeah, 43 pounds. Freaking crazy. It's crazy. It's a mad world. From $35. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right, buddy. Two 4K displays. There's nothing less that I need out of a Raspberry Pi than 4K. 80 to 85 bucks, 2 gigabytes of 32 gigabyte SD. Might as well start turning those around and selling them on eBay. Just get a used server. No, like. How do I get this to not show private stuff that I bought for family members? My stupid account. Recommendations. There we go. That. Look for the thing. And it's not on here. Ha. Fucking hell. Oh, that's right. Maybe it has to be Pokemon cards. I think my folks bought that for my... Are my brother's kids getting into Pokemon cards? They probably are. I'll figure it out later. I just don't want to have to explain family situations to you guys, you know? A little bit of privacy, you know? Stupid website knows everything about me. Kits bundles. What about the compute module? Is that available at all? Because the compute module looked like it would be kind of a cool thing to use, even though designing the circuit board for a compute module kind of fills me with dread, because you have to have all this other stuff in order to run it. And it's like, do I want HDMI output from the compute module? What outputs do I want? I need my entire project sitting in front of me in order to figure it out. But it would be kind of cool to use a compute module for like next iterations of burn the subs. That are advertising references. No, that's not it. I mean, browsing history, but it's not really in my browsing history. It's been an auto order for like a couple years. Since like early pandemic. See, I wish you could like remove recommendations. It's not letting me do that. I'm just gonna move it. This is for like recommended movies. What the fuck? What a bullshit recommendation list, because it's just like it has the same Keurig cups 3 times in one page. Wow, this is bad. It's having a lot of trouble figuring out what I am. There you go. Improve your... I don't remember. Now it's asking for a password because I've clicked too many things. All right, fuck it. I'll do that later. Yeah, I mean, people... Yeah, you can't listen to the internet for stuff like that. I just hope the stock bros don't figure out the pricing on silicon stuff like Raspberry Pis and start trading in Raspberry Pi futures. I think that'll really be the beginning of the end. Maybe for humanity, maybe just for our hobby. I'm Pi rich. That's how I feel with Bitcoin. I have like a small fortune in Bitcoin. Not that much, but I mean, you know, I have like a year's salary in Bitcoin, but I don't want to do anything with it. Like, I don't care about Bitcoin that much, and I don't want to sell. I offered to a friend of mine to sell it for a percentage, and he just didn't do anything. He didn't even like take me up on that offer, and I'm just like, I'll just sit on it until I retire. Or until I can like get it out of Bitcoin without having to declare it all on my taxes. Because it'll kill my health insurance if I take it out. So technically it just doesn't exist. It's a lost wallet. Very technically, it's sitting there and waiting for healthcare legislation. That's what it's doing. Because I didn't ask for it. I was given it. You can't prove anything. You're not the dad of me. This thing is going to start leaking all over the place as we work with it. Yeah, the only problem is this doesn't hold it very even. All right, no, that's fine. You found like a gallon of water. You found a gallon of water. I moved this thing in every conceivable angle to try to get rid of the water in it, and then this happens. Yeah, it sounds a little like prog rock, like NASA video-y. I wanted to have, there was a song like this that I actually wanted to have as like an intro track, and I looked into buying it, and I couldn't find anything. It was like an old school, like, I don't know, the record companies expect like thousands of dollars for their tracks. I legitimately tried to track it down, but couldn't find it. I'd have to find it again. You know, some rando posts it on YouTube. Nobody says anything. A rapper uses it as a backing track. Nobody says anything. A Twitch streamer tries to use it as a quick little theme intro.
I forgot what it felt
Throw the
like
book.
to be up at 4.
Throw the book at him.
And like
all right, let's get started.
Uncanny Valley for like
Yoink. Pause. How's everybody doing today? So we're back to projects. I didn't expect to be so tired today, but I look like I just got hit by a truck. I actually feel fine. I feel fine. I just look like I got hit by a truck. Anyway, maybe it's just getting back into the week of things, getting back into the schedule. I do plan on doing soon a My Summer Cars stream. Probably not. I mean, Saturday I'd like to do a different game for once, because otherwise I'm going to get locked into being like a single game streamer. But not that I stream games. This is our bread and butter right now. We need to work on projects. The things that I want to get done are nebulous, but somewhat focused around Burn the Subs 2.5. It's been long enough. It has been long enough with this going on. Monbaz is too close to My Summer Car. It's too close. I'm not. If I switch it up, I gotta switch it up. I gotta do something different. Come on. That's like yeah. I'm done playing Half-Life, so let's play CS Source. Like. It's just, anyway, back to Satisfactory. No, I'll figure something out for Saturday. But anyway, the couple improvements that I want to make on the steering wheel, there's major updates that I want to do on the steering wheel that will wait for another day. And then there are small updates on the steering wheel that I need to do. And there's another project. I want to make a shifter for it. I want to make a gated shifter. So that it feels a little bit more like a car. I bet it would feel much better driving if I actually had like a physical shifter in my hand that had places to go. We found a 3D print, and I'll just have to buy like threaded rods and some bolts and a couple bearings in order to make it. There were some improvements to the 3D printed gated shifter that made it like a 7-speed. I'm not sure about doing that. That sounds like a little bit much. I have a 5-speed in my car. 7, of course, reverse, so it'd be a 6-speed transmission. I'm actually fairly sad that I gave up my 6-speed transmission in my car. Yeah, that actually saddens me. I have a 5-speed now. But anyway, I mean, you know, My Summer Car only takes 4, so that would be a little awkward. But it was a good update to the original 3D printed H-pattern shifter project. It's kind of cool. It just has a bunch of limit switches, and then there's a little nub that the shifter kind of clicks out of in order to shift. So if it feels natural, hopefully it feels natural enough. But MSC needs 6 in a reverse for the truck. But then how do you know where's what? Because usually when I do reverse and stuff like that, I'm hitting it up against the side, and I won't have that option. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll build the full deluxe 7-speed. The only thing that I can see going wrong is that the 3D prints, all the solids, they're not built very friendly to 3D printer. They seem to think the 3D printer is a replicator. I could do some modifications so that you sink screws into stuff, which would potentially make things go loose. Not the way I usually design screws. When I design screws, they're pretty solid. But I could probably redesign things to kind of open it up a little bit and make it more 3D printable. I would like that. Or I could just suffer through and see if my 3D printer will actually tolerate some of the stuff that I want to print. We'll have to see. An H shifter with a parallel port. That's what most of the DIY H shifters are. Those cabinet rollers. And so you put just like a threaded rod in there, and you push it against those cabinet roller locks, and it'll just kind of like push around the roller lock, and apparently that feels much like an actual shifter. I would love to try that. Obviously, I'm not going to wait to do the rally another month for me to build that. I'll work on it in the background when I feel like it. Burn the Subs 2.5 takes precedence over everything, so we got to work on Burn the Subs 2.5. Burn the Subs 2.5 is coming along, but yeah, the H shifter would be a lot of fun. We're going to still do the rally. I'm going to do that. That'll be an extra stream. That'll be an extracurricular stream, which means it fills up my week with marathon streaming, which means I get even more irritable as time goes on. I need those breaks in my schedule. But yeah, anyway. Use a thick rubber that had cut out with the nubs. I saw one, I mean, if you look at the stream projects section, I saw one where the guy made it out of a bunch of like PVC panels and stuff. And he made a fairly cool thing. And then the 3D printed one is basically the same principle. Like, or no, sorry, not the 3D printed one. Short Lurker posted the $120 version of the gated shifter. H pattern shifter for a computer, $120, and it's just an Arduino against the circuit board, against switches in the same setup, and they even rebuilt the cabinet rollers. It's incredible how everything is just kind of the same stuff. Just has dents in a piece of styrofoam. You should look at GoNet. You should look at the stream project section, because those solutions are really cool. Excuse me. I'm burping chicken salad right now. I wolfed down a sandwich before stream. My glucose levels will not leave me alone. It's mostly my pump and its alert system that's been really pissing me off. I'm genuinely mad at it right now. Every 2 seconds, I'm getting a little beep that I have to pay attention to, because it could mean that my glucose level's swinging extremely. It never does. It's crying wolf. I fucking wish I could sit down with some people who designed the alert system on this pump and talk some sense into them. And while I'm doing so, every 2 minutes, I'm going to set off the fire alarm. Because, like, fuck, how else do you communicate to these people that this is an unacceptable level of alerts going off? Anyway, one hinge and one bolt. Oh my god. Yeah, I'd like to see pics of it. Okay, anyway, so what are we doing today? Well, I've got this control panel. Boy, that's a flattering look at my arm. That scratch is like really old. Anyway, so I've got this thing on my wall. If you guys have ever heard of it, I don't know if you have. It's called Burn the Subs. And it's pretty much was the bread and butter. It's why I have, 100 viewers on this channel, is because of that, right? Burn the Subs 2. It's the second and a half version. I'm not calling it a full version because it's basically the same thing, only we put a different piece of wood there. We expanded the axes out, and I'm cleaning up the control panel. Because if we have to live with this thing for a couple years, the last one lasted 2.6 years, then we actually have to live with this thing. And so I want it to look kind of cool on the wall, right? There were some things that I've been just things in the back of my mind that I've been meaning to. I almost used a word there that is like not a bad word, but I shouldn't probably say it on stream because it's a little bit too close to a bad. Anyway, something bothering me in the back of my mind. You guys can figure out the word on your own. Something bothering me in the back of my mind. I've just been meaning to get to a lot of these little things that will improve the look, the functionality a little bit, and just the sort of modularity of the whole system. The modularity being important because I want to be able to swap stuff out if it fails, but also I want to clean it up and I want to make it a little bit too, like, more cool looking. Like, if we've got water cooling, why are we not showing that off? So I've got a reservoir that has a little pinwheel in it that'll look pretty cool. A device to destroy submarines. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Periscope? Only drive one truck to Volvo. Anyway, the sequential shifter's good for stuff. We're talking about like two different. Burn the Subs. Oh no, it's actually a way for me to farm fans of Korean pop music. That's what it is. That's what the whole acronym is all about. I didn't actually design it that way. Burn the Subs was just like, I don't know. It was just the first. It's usually like the first term that you come up with for a project is the one that sticks, and that was sort of what we came up with first. It's like, I want to burn the subs onto a plank of wood, and so that became the title of the project. Anyway, breathing helps. It helps if you breathe when you're talking in a big rambling single sentence. We got to work on the control panel a bit. I finished the prints. I got a the 14-hour print finished. The dimensions are a little bit weird. I could probably expand them a little bit, but we're gonna live with what I printed because that was a pain in the ass to print properly. That was a very difficult print. 14 hours, and it's a little bit weird. Like the sidewalls are a little bit weird. I need to spend a session kind of retuning my printer a little bit and getting it up and working. So anyway, in lieu of that, I'm not going to do another 14-hour print. We're just going to live with what we've got, which is completely tenable. We can still do this. So we'll put that together, and we'll try to get the control panel swimming along to the degree where I can actually do a test, another test with a different pump for the length of the tubing, because we need to figure out where that stuff is going so that I can make another solid infusion that has all the cutouts on it, and I can reprint the thing again. I mean, I've got plenty of this. You can see how big the reel is of the smoked clear PETG that I'm using on this thing. I would like to continue using that and possibly use it up. I don't know, white PETG would have gone with the look better. The translucent white PETG, it makes kind of like a it's like a jizz colored. No, it's like a translucent white that it creates that looks a little bit like a little bit similar to the acrylic. So that would kind of go with it, but we'll use the smoked stuff because I want to use it up. Anyway, so yeah, that's where we are with this thing. Let's put the rest of this thing together. Because yeah, this control panel is our update. And part of the update is that I'll be able to unplug everything. I want to redo all the wires on Burn the Subs. That's easy enough to do for me, and then run stuff out the drag chains. And then in addition to that, I would be running... Oh my God, I'm going to take a heartburn pill in a minute here. I'm going to be running 2 of these silicone tubes through all the drag chains. So I'm not sure if this will fit in the small 7mm stuff that I have going out to the y-axis. I may need to replace the stuff going out to the y-axis, so it's a little larger than this. Yeah, milky would be a good way to describe it, which is not a banned word on this channel for some unbeknownst reason. All right, so let's first of all, I gotta scoot all this stuff all the way up to here. Scoot this stuff up to here. Then we have to get the back panel that printed. That's this stuff right here. We have to get this thing mounted on the rails. Hopefully that all works. Then we have to figure out how to snap that on there, put standoffs on this, and then we can get the power supply onto the bottom of the rails, and we'll see where we go from there. We'll see where she goes from there. So I can't, oh man, I can't even get back behind this, can I? I can remove the reservoir from the front and slide these up. These are a very, very difficult thing to move just because of the length of the fasteners. What they do is they end up twisting a little bit and then it locks itself into the rail. Which, yeah, I could lubricate the whole thing, but I'm not going to do that. We're not going to get grease involved in the mechanical structure of this thing. I don't think that's necessary. But yeah, that's where we are. That's where we are with this thing. What do you mean, why scooching? It needs to move. It needs to... The reservoir needs to be the highest point of the entire system. Otherwise, how can it collect bubbles? And anyway, this is the top over here. This is the top. For some reason, this thing only likes to move downwards, which is a little weird. I don't know why that is. I don't know why it's directional. It really shouldn't be. It's a near symmetrical piece. This is going to be a pain in the butt to screw back in, but... And then I need to release the radiator. Ah! Hello? There you go. Got it. Which is a hex key or the screwdriver bit. Yep. Not punished grease. Just regular old grease. All right, there's that one. All right, so now I'm down to these things, right? These things are belligerent as shit. They do not like to move. I can release all 3 of these by a half turn. They're loose, right? Like this is loose. I can see it loosening there. It doesn't, see it moves that way, but not, it understands intent. I don't understand how this thing knows intent. Look. One finger. Look, I just moved it down. I just moved it a little bit downwards. This way. Doesn't move at all. It's locked in. Oh my God. I don't understand. I've created a monster with this thing. Like, I guess if I loosen them only just enough so that they're sliding, instead of allowing them to get kind of kinked, and then push on it, it moved up. Look at that. Look, see, it moved up. It moved up and it doesn't move down. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. What if I flip it? It's directional. I don't get it. Okay, there's nothing in this that's directional, right? Like, according to how these things are in here, it should be pretty symmetric. Oh my god, I gotta just remove the whole thing. So annoying. I did not anticipate this when I built this. But why is it a ratchet? Why is it a ratchet in only one direction? Doesn't go in the other direction that way. Look at that. See? All there is. Just 3 fasteners. If I grab it up here, it doesn't like to move, right? If I grab it down here, it moves. So maybe I needed tapered fasteners on this thing. On the tapered holes on this. So it pushed down at the very bottom. Because yeah, if it pushes down here, it moves. It gets bound up a little bit, but it moves. So maybe I needed to taper the hole at the very end. Which would mean I'd have support structure inside of the whole thing. Here, let's just center it on this bar right here. We'll just center it on the bar. Probably create a whole host of problems for me, but I'll just do it that way for now. Out a little bit from there. What a weekend. Everybody else is snowed in but us. Like every other state. Even like fucking Arizona is snowed in. Pennsylvania, we got rain. We got rain. It just rained on us. Oh, okay, you little bastard. It started to move in just the one direction. I'm trying to like position it with this. He buried all the lame parts of PA in snow. We just got rain. It's like a normal, like kind of gray winter out here. Well, not the center part. And the western part is too landlocked. So the eastern part is pretty much the cool part of PA. Get all this stuff back together. I'm incredulous about this thing only moving in one direction. I don't understand how that happens. It might be how I'm pushing on it, because I noticed just now, if I try to scooch it by placing a finger down and doing the little finger ratchet thing to try to just like scooch it forward, it does listen to me in both directions. So maybe that's the way that I need to move it. If my moderators could not foster people to be toxic about which state is better. I didn't bring it up. Everybody else is buried in snow, though, so I guess they're a little pissed off at that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm holding tryouts for a new moderator team. I am always throwing shade at New Jersey because it deserves it, honestly, and it's just the American thing to do. Yeah. It takes a particular set of skills to be a moderator, like not being completely inattentive. And I'll get back to you on the rest. No, you guys are good. You don't need moderation. You guys don't need moderation. No, shit talking is not part of being a moderator. All right. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, 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 bop. So, I'm moving all this stuff up to this side, and then we'll get the back panel on, and then we'll get the power supply on, and we can figure out where everything's supposed to go. Pigeons thought it was spring. It was so warm. Yeah, it's been a little... I don't think it's been uncharacteristically warm here on the U.S. East Coast. It usually is. I haven't even switched to winter wheels yet. I'm not driving enough that I justify having 2 sets of rubber. I hope that the old set is surviving in the storage space without getting too dry. I haven't. Oh, hold on. Why does my fucking stomach do this? Ugh. Okay. One of these days, I'm just gonna let it burp and throw up. I'll just be like, so guys, what's... And then I'll just keep streaming. Fucking A. I hate it. Just my stomach being a dick. It's like I probably shouldn't eat lunch before streaming. Probably shouldn't do that. But anyway, in Pennsylvania, it has not been uncharacteristically warm, although over the past couple of years, it kind of seems like it has been. It just kind of seems like, in general, winter is like an old concept. But it's been relatively cold and it's kind of snowy here, which for January, usually it's been lagging behind like by a month or so. So I think we're on target to have a pretty cold winter. First proper frosts all winter here this week. Not when the forklift was freezing. Yeah. You don't have gloves? I mean, if it gets cold enough, it gets freezing through gloves. I know this. How far off is that? Oh, that should be right about there. These bolts are like... They're meant for like sheet metal, and this isn't sheet metal, you know? One day it's 25, the next day 2. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's not so bad here. I don't mind the snow and the rain and stuff. I happen to be in the profession where I can work from home. So no matter what, it just changes the view out of my little porthole to the rest of the world, my little basement window out to the rest of the world. Kind of sucks. I hate being in basements. Oh, one thing that I wanted to do. Wait a minute. I don't think this fits. No, that's not gonna fit. It like barely fits down here, the distribution manifold. But I could do a male to male like that, and then put the distribution manifold flat like this. I think that's how I have to do it. So this fitting stays, that fitting stays, for now at least. I was thinking if I had to use 2 pumps, then I would need to use one of these other outlets. I mean, I could do the 2 from here. I don't understand the little shark's fin or the whatever the hell this thing is. I mean, I understand like water's going to be cascading back into this thing and basically into this chamber. So I guess maybe the thought is that if you're getting a lot of bubbles, you could switch it over to one of these. It just seems kind of crazy to me to have this little cutout, because if you're using this one, then I mean, maybe these 2 are meant as drains or something, and one of these is the one that you should use. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get this reservoir. I just don't get it. But anyway, is that fully mounted? Did I get all 4 of those in? Nope. No, I did not. I'm holding it up by 4 screws right now, and then we'll do the rest. We'll do the rest of the build here. We'll get the platen down once I get the the radiator properly situated. These are off by a little bit. I think I need to adjust these. At least the block in the middle needs to be scooched just a tiny bit, because they're very close to where they need to go, but there it is. Why in the snow? Have you ever tried to operate a forklift in snow? It tends to go sideways more than forward. No, I mean I've had like minutes of experience on a forklift. From what I remember, it's pretty much driving a car. It was a lot of fun, actually, to be honest. But yeah, I would imagine, because forklifts, they don't exactly have tread on their tire pattern. It is a smooth tire, generally because it's trying to last as long as possible and pick up heavy shit. So my forklift experience can be tallied up on one hand in one singular gesture. I have the Rubicon theme stuck in my head. You guys remember that show, Rubicon? I looked it up recently, and yeah, they never finished it. I tried to watch a little bit of it, but it was too late at night for me to take in any information. And that show is fairly more cerebral than it gets credit for. So I loved that show when it first came out. 10,000 years ago. I don't remember the theme. And it had like the synthesizer going in the background. Okay, got these going on here. Yeah, I don't know, it was a very complicated show. Wait, this goes to the pump. This one comes back from everything else. This one might actually be able to get the reservoir directly on it. But do I want to have that? Driving a car with a giant backside and stabby parts on the front, like the tractor in my summer car. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to rewatch that show. It might be too much for my brain at this point. And also, it's not even nearly finished where they left it off. So it's like, what am I going to do? Okay, so there's the reservoir and the radiator mounted. They're a little drippy, but we at least gave them a location. And luckily, this distance was enough that I was able to sort of semi-temporarily permanently mount the radiator. Although this might stick. I might not print something to do this. I might not print something to do that. I might just leave it the way it is, because that is fairly stable. Although, perhaps I could put a shorter male-to-male there and move this down. You know, like, I want to talk to you guys, but then the chicken in my stomach goes, "Ah!" and, like, tries to, like, get into my vocal cords. So I'm in the middle of saying something. Yeah, I'd like to, and then I die. I just fucking die. God damn it. All right, calm down the diaphragm. I'm saying what I could do is I could put a smaller standoff right here and move this down, and then that gives me a little bit of space where I could make a grating that goes over this. Yeah, I don't understand why my stomach is being like this, because like I didn't eat anything particularly challenging, but it's like every now and then I feel like I need to like hold my breath and put pressure down on everything. I think what it's trying to do is it's trying to drain. It's trying to get rid of old stuff. And, you know, sphincters aren't cooperating. Fun to hear about, right? Mecanum wheels? Yeah, those are cool. I've never heard of the Finder. Never heard of that. Yeah, but unfinished shows in general. Man, you know... They were so ambitious with what they wanted to do. So this gets the same mounting scheme. So we designed this to be basically the same thing, which is the long maker beam bolts and then a washer and then a nut. And the washer's there specifically so that we spread out the force of that nut. Yeah, sometimes if you've got like a finish or a paint job on something like this, you'll put the washer in there so that the nut spins against the washer and it doesn't damage the paint. In the case of this 3D print, I just don't want the nut to sink itself into the plastic. So you put a washer around it, and that significantly spreads out the amount of force that it gets, and it puts all that force on the column of solid plastic that goes all the way down evenly. So we need 4 of these guys. Which I have. I have too many of these things. Defying gravity. I don't know that one either. What was that one? Yeah, there's so many shows with like loose ends. It's really annoying. Should have been movies. They should have been movies. Then they would have had to come to a conclusion very quickly. Everybody's mad at the Mandalorian now. Or sorry, not the Mandalorian. They're mad at Book of Boba. They're very mad at it. All the fans. Not that the fans were anything less than completely toxic to begin with, but they have some commentary about recent things that happened in the show. I won't really go into it, but yeah, I've been reading a lot about people talking about that, because there's the staunch defenders, but then there's the people who are actually like aside from thing that happened, I don't know where this plot is capable of going at this point, because they seem to have nerfed Boba Fett. And this is something, by the way, this is something that my friends, I'm not gonna spoil anything. This is something that I said originally when I saw the first ads for Boba Fett. I was like, what is he doing? Like, why isn't he hunting bounties? Like, what is this? Keep in mind, Boba Fett was a completely blank slate, but like, it just seemed not him. And I was afraid of Disney getting their mandibles into him. It seems like they kind of have. And I was actually like my friends were like at me after that. They're like, what the hell? Like, why would you think that? You're wrong. You're totally wrong. I'm like, turns out I'm not. Yeah, and everybody's sick of sand. Of course, it's rough and it gets everywhere. Like, man, we're gonna have. Oh no, is this? Hold on a minute. I have concerns. Is everything just Tatooine now? Is that the only planet we got? No, this is the appropriate distance. All right, these will fit. I just need to, get them in the right position. I was afraid our spacing here was wrong. In the movies, he was comically inept. For one moment. I mean, everybody liked the sort of the mystery of Boba Fett. But yeah, he eventually turned comically inept in the movies because the third one was directed by George Lucas. And he didn't even want to direct it. Babyfication? Oh. Let's not spoil anything, because I don't know. I don't know what Boba has that does that. I mean, you got to admit, like, Baby Yoda was a business decision that was pretty good for the moment. Fans on top, right? Boba's like Broly. He's so lame in story, but cool otherwise. Oh my God, Broly. Dragon Ball Z is kind of a power level problem, doesn't it? Actually, it has a Goku problem, and Toriyama tried to solve the Goku problem many different times and went back on it. The problem with these fasteners is that as soon as they move a little bit, everything locks down, and then I can't move it around anymore. So, like, getting two of these things to align, and then the other two don't. All right, doing it like that, I guess, is the way to go, even though that's still fighting me. And it just doesn't, like, as soon as there's any pressure on the side of the fastener, it won't move. So everything has to be done is there? Okay, hold on. I think I've got the problem right here. Yep, there's something stuck in there. Oh, did the print shift? Did we shift? No, just that one sucks. No, it looks like there was a tiny shift at the top layer. What the fuck? Well, we can fix it with the drill. That's what we're gonna do. No, it's not crying man babies, it's bearded man babies. Same thing. Yeah, and the other part is, like, we're not the demographic anymore, you know? Us 80s man babies kids. We're not the demographic anymore, and they need new markets. So they're not gonna make Boba Fett into an R-rated TV show like Game of Thrones. They're just not gonna do it, and I think a lot of fans need to kind of reconcile that. You need to come to terms with it. Isn't that all the Star Wars fans? Yeah, well, I don't think they realize that they're not the demographic anymore. Disney thinks in terms of like generations, and they're like, all these man babies are gonna have health problems soon and die. because they're all overweight. So we need to get to new demographics. Hence the characters you see in the latest episode. It looks like there was like a sub-millimeter shift in the top, or the top shrank. Oh no, this is the bottom. Okay, so it's an elephant foot problem. The dimensions out here are good. The dimensions in here shrank. Guy at work told me that Star Trek was too woke now, and he wants a normal white character. Took a lot not to laugh in his face. What the hell? Star Trek has problems far more deep than that. That's a dumb take. That's a really, really fucking dumb take. That's an irritating take, actually. I hate it when people say shit like, yeah, just that, it's woke now. Fuck you. That's not why it sucks. That's not even close to why it sucks. And then they end up like becoming the voice of dissent for everyone else. And it's like, no, there's other fundamental problems that are making this untenable as a series. Hello? What's going on here? I think it's still fighting me. All right, I need to get a much wider drill bit on this. Giant tardigrades and mushroom things that were never mentioned in the rest. Star Trek, the problem with Star Trek is that it's very tight lore. Very tight lore. And it references itself fairly frequently, and you've got a lot of it. So in order for writers to come up with something cool and interesting and fun and new and weird, it gets tough to stay within that lore. 'Cause somebody will say, well, they address that in this obscure episode of like Voyager, season 8. You blocked out the mycelium network. They tried to do interesting and weird and cool stuff, but like writers are dumb. Writers are really dumb. They're really dumb. They're really, really dumb. They're really dumb. That's why it was kind of smart for other Trek series to have like actual astrophysicists advise. No, they're very dumb. They're very, very dumb. Maybe I just mean TV writers, but maybe just in general. Man, I really should have gone ham with these holes and made them a lot larger than they were. You're not a very good writer if you're just calling me noob as an insult. I mean, let's just put that one on the table right there. Expecting me to get tilted over that. Producers are dumb. Writers usually get great, but have to... Yeah, there's a little bit of that, too. You're really bad. That's a really shitty... Oh, my God. All right. Oh, not to laugh directly in somebody's face. All right. More of this stuff. More of this stuff. I gotta find Worshers. Where did we find Worshers before? We found them in the big generic bin of parts, so I need to grab that out. And we'll get Worshers on this thing. I need 4 more. The TNG holodeck stories, yeah, those are pretty good. You know, they had their problems. But it's all overlooked. Because, like, one thing Star Trek writers seem not to get, is that the fans are actually willing to give you a little bit of wiggle room. Or that. The fans are willing to give you a little bit of wiggle room in there. For instance, like the whole thing with Deep Space Nine explaining why Klingons look different from the original series to the Next Generation, right? That's a big... And for some reason, the writers of some of the new Trek stuff decided that needed an explanation. Enterprise decided that needed an explanation. They needed to go into that. Whereas the fans were perfectly fine with Worf having one single comedy line that said, "We don't talk about that." And it's like, oh, that's okay, perfect. That's perfect. That's it. That's all we need. We don't talk about that. Because everybody understands that as time goes on, special effects get better and makeup gets better. Everybody's fine with that. We're fine with that. But like, I don't know. Whatever. We're not the demographic anymore. It doesn't matter. Hey, Island Jer. Yeah, what are we working on? We're working on a the control panel for what I call Burn the Subs, which is my giant subscriber board. So instead of like a whiteboard, I actually have a giant plank of wood on the wall. Boop. I have a giant plank of wood on the wall, and that will laser subscribers onto itself using a Raspberry Pi and a little motor controller. So what we're doing right now is we're working on mounting all of the stuff. We came in and designed a bunch of these parts in Fusion 360, and then I 3D printed them, and it only took 14 hours to get this part. I wish it was less, but what I should have done is I probably should have put like a lattice structure on the back that would have used less material than the hexagonal pattern. Like I could have made this actual thing like a couple millimeter, maybe like a millimeter thick, or I could have kept it at 5 and then I could have extruded in a bunch of very large hex things. And I might do that. Whenever I reverse the polarity, I end up with a broken MCU. I've done that. I've done literally that. Those are some of the more embarrassing things that I've done on stream. Why isn't it working? What's wrong with this thing? Why is it so hot? Why did it just explode? Oh, I put positive on negative and negative on positive. You'd think we'd get over that sort of thing in life. 2 more to go. This is the sort through the Lego bin portion of stream. When you have an emote whose emote is that? I think I've seen It's Mad around. Maybe not. Tails. I have other good emotes. One of them's just 69. Haha, funny sex number. Here we go. Time for some comedy. Funny sex number. I got it. Yeah, we did comedy. All right, let's see. Then again, I shouldn't talk. I don't have a leg to stand on that one. I have a literal fart machine. I miss practical effects. Recently saw the behind the scenes of Shin Godzilla. Those animatronics were a work of art. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool practical effects, and I'm glad the industry is kind of gravitating back towards them a little bit, if not in just sort of a retro way. But at the same time, computers have made it possible. You know, they're getting good enough now, and they made it possible to do a lot of very nuanced and interesting special effects. So I'm not going to knock the use of computers, but I've always been a fan of there being a big animatronic shot involving real stuff and real explosions and squibs, you know, a la the original Star Wars effects. I'm not a Star Wars nerd. I know a lot about it now. Didn't used to. As a kid, I was a Star Trek fan. But I do appreciate, you know, models and practical effects and stuff like that. And you can enhance those with the computers. You can get some pretty cool stuff. Or you can get the first season of Babylon 5. You want to avoid getting the first season of Babylon 5. That's generally a rule. Finding hardware in a bin. Next time on Oh Bother. Ha! God, I'm just trying to sort through stuff to get all the right stuff. Like when Descent 3 was rushed at the end, and they didn't have a lot of time to do the 3D modeling for the cutscenes. Oh boy, do they look interesting and dated and terrible. Oh boy, oh boy. Then again, game cutscenes were never good. They were never good. Like StarCraft was one of the first cutscenes that actually didn't look like ass, and it still looked like ass. Where did I put this? There it is. So is this the right position? So this is designed specifically so that this would slip over it and lock in, although it's not really as pressure fit as I would like it. We could move that up a little bit, but I don't think I need to. Animatronic and Jurassic Park still hold up. Yeah, Jurassic Park and the computer effects and the animatronic effects. Fucking goddamn. What do you want? Still beeping at me. I have 5 units of active insulin and I barely slipped below the line. Yeah, those things where you have like a 4 people with like RC servos on it. Not quite Jabba the Hutt. Jabba the butt. I can't move it. I can't move it. It's like locked in place right now. It's pretty much locked in place. You guys leave the comedy to me, please. All right, so the only way that I think I'll be able to move it is if I loosen it up enough that I can lift this, and then I need to get one of my clay working tools underneath the legs in order to push at the bottom. Really? Machinists? Is that one of their, like... See, I even missed the Machinist YouTube Secret Santa stuff. I haven't been watching a lot of that stuff lately. They do a Secret Santa every year, and it's really fun to watch. Because they all come up with these harebrained things. But they're making a Johnny 5. I don't think this is going to work. In order to get these things to move, I got to press them at the bottom. Yeah, it's tough to do. That's not really moving it. I need to move it up by like 2 millimeters. This thing is like difficult to work with in every way. That's starting to hurt. Ow. All right, whatever. I guess that's where it's gonna sit. It was a good one this year. Oh, was that part of the? Yeah. I don't think I'm subbed to NYCCNC anymore. I don't know. I'll need to check it out. If I am, I haven't been getting updates. I know that's a thing. That's fun. All right, I'm going to torque this down right here, and then we'll put the power supply below it. The toolkit was like 60 something, and I would suggest buying it because iFixit is a good website, and I appreciate supporting them instead of going for the lowest dollar, you know, dings and dents version of it, because it's a good toolkit, and I've had it for a couple months, and I've really enjoyed using it. But I also support iFixit. All right, so power supply. What did I do? Oh, there it is. There it is. It's with everything else. It's up here. Oh, watch the screen that has glass on it. All right. I almost lost it there. Everybody died. All right, let's tighten up this capacitor. And we can get this thing mounted. Now, the holes on this thing are weird. It's basically just 2 holes. I mean, you can mount these on this panel. This is where all the heat goes. It goes onto this panel because that's where all the transistors are from the circuit board. I mean, these are like, I could mount this like this. You know, that's one way that I could do it, but I think it would be too tall. It's actually the same height as everything else. And then my ears started ringing. Ah! My ears have been ringing off and on to like over the past day or 2. I don't know what that's about. Just tinnitus. By the way, it's not tinnitus. It's tinnitus. It's not an itis. So, anyway, so I can mount it the way it was before. It had a corner cube on the end here that held up this piece, which means all this stuff needs to move up. Which is going to be insanely difficult right now. We could ignore this part for now, and I'll come back to it, just in lieu of having everything else actually mounted. Yeah, because I can't, it's over the line here. Everything needs to be moved up just a little bit. I probably need to add corner cubes to the top of these parts, but I've already drilled straight through them in order to mount them on the wall, so Oh, it's a different one? Okay. It is a VFD. It's a VFD character display from Noratake Etron. I decided to put it in because I actually found a 3D model of the thing, and we'll put standoffs on this in order to put our various components onto it. I know they're all the same product. It's called a white product, or a white label product. Sorry, not a white product. That's me. A white label product is a product without any labels on it, and if you buy it, you can put your own branding on it, and that's essentially what this toolkit boils down to. But the important part is that you are supporting iFixit, which is an organization that takes stuff apart and shows you how. That's the important thing. No, I'm more of a milquetoast product. That's more what I am. Anyway, God. Can't even fight it today. I could mount this like this. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't really want it to stick out for the wall that much. What'll it look like with everything else on it, though? I mean, that actually is not bad. The problem is, where do I put the button that turns it on and off? I actually kind of like that. Man, you're cruising. You're just cruising for it, aren't you? Yeah, so if I do that, then I can print out like a little box that takes up this space that would have the start and stop buttons on it. Of course, that means there's not a whole lot of open air above this, but that might be the way that I should do it. Let's start living with that and figure out. I know, that's Chester, just don't feed him. Don't feed him. I could try to find a project box that would fit these dimensions too. That would be an easier way. Then it would just look like a stack of crap on a shelf, which is kind of the aesthetic that we're going for right now. Although I could put a grating over this and then do the same thing down here too. And that would kind of round out the look. The look right now it really is just like a shelf on some maker's desk. Let's get this mounted like this. Let's try it out. Let's try it out and see what we like. Try it out, see what we like. Who knows? Maybe we'll discover something about ourselves. Maybe we'll awaken something. What, just put a big RGB fan right there? I don't know about that look. We try to get away from that. Why did I just buzz? Who buzzed me? Hold on. Telephone. What do you got? Heating safety. Be careful when using additional... God damn it. Why do I allow neighborhood alerts? Neighborhood alerts. Some kids were seen. What? Yeah, some kids. What were they doing? I don't know. They were doing kids shit. Watch out. What? Why is that an alert? What's going on? Fucking ring. All right, so I need to find where that corner cube was that we used to mount the other side of the power supply. There it is. Found it immediately. I found it immediately and without drama. Teenagers roaming the streets, yeah. So, the cloud? What? Chatsplaining. I'm being gaslit. I saw a clip on Twitch about people using gaslighting a little bit too ready to use the term gaslighting for stuff, and it kind of weakens the concept. I thought it was sort of interesting. Chat lighting. All right, let's see here. Yeah, just let him tire himself out, you know? Old man yells at cloud, yeah. There's not a good chance that you know anything that I don't already know. There's very little that you could possibly even front on me about, so, you know. I'm smarter than you'll ever be able to fathom. I am the greatest. I am the greatest. I have no second. There are none other than me. All right, so I'm going to mount this with just like a little bit of a standoff distance right there. A little bit of standoff distance there. We need one more nut for this thing. Hold that in place. Chat splitting is the explanation of something by Twitch chat, typically to a streamer or other chatter member, regarded as condescending or patronizing. I don't, hey, whatever. Whatever. You got to be able to tolerate a certain degree of that around here. That's just part of streaming. That's called streaming. Chat, listen, let me explain the world to you. That's just called streaming. I know, for I am the stentorian god of all knowledge. All right, we're gonna do this like a fixed distance here, and I can move it if I feel like it. God, the Mark Twain from Star Trek: The Next Generation has to be the worst. And for some reason, I think it was a theatrical performer did that sort of nasally tone. I'm Mark Twain. They did that for Mark Twain, like some theater performer in like the 1800s, and it's stuck, or not the 18, whatever, somewhere post Mark Twain, and that stuck forever, and people still do it to this day. Mark Twain. It's like, please stop. Oh God. Why do you do, like, every time I watch that episode, I'm like, it's like poison. All right, so that locked down, that's a little close, but we can move that. And then I don't want it to fall, so I'm gonna support everything as I do that. Everything is just about at the same level right now. I don't know if this is like a standard distance or not. For some reason, we've kind of landed on that. Pretty cool. That's a pretty cool thing. So once I lock that down, I think I was doing a countersunk bolt into a nut in order to hold that in place. So let's find the countersunk bolt, and then we'll find the nut. There you go. Got that. Get that in like this. And then we nut. Where's the nut? There's one. Hey, what's up, Demi? How you doing? Demi has started an Instagram, and he has 300 followers of his clay work, because he does awesome clay work. I don't know how clever you guys are at figuring it out. I wouldn't even mind if Demi wanted a link to his Insta, because it's cool stuff. He's very good at what he does, and you guys can chat-splain to him how to do clay work after seeing his work. He's too shy. He thinks he's gonna get sued. Leaves chat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look at this thing. We got all our major components in there, except Windex. I didn't clean off the glass because we're still working with it. But like, damn. All right, let's get the standoffs on here. I'm pretty excited about seeing this thing with all the components in it, as we've planned out in Fusion. Actually, let me open it up in Fusion. I can jailbreak an iPhone with an Android. Okay, I don't need to know. I don't need any of that. I can ride a bike with no handlebars. No handlebars. Waiting, 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 waiting. So the what? The what? Huh? Huh? Okay, are we good? Are we good? Are we good? We're not downloading a new version? Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. So let's go into Burn the Subs 2.5. I need to make a streaming folder, but I don't know how to move folders in Fusion. I'll need to learn how to do that because, man. Old Daisy's streamer had that song as a gag. I can fly a missile with the satellite. With the satellite. I don't remember the lyrics or the rhythm or anything. So here's the plan, and we've stuck to it pretty well so far. Oh, and Daisy had bikes. Oh, that's hilarious. That's actually pretty funny. That's the plan, right? And so the heights of things are going to change a little bit as we find standoffs, because those are our solids, and there's our pump, and all our stuff. All our stuff is here. But we need to figure out where the ingress for the pipes are. It's probably going to be right there. And then all the wire outputs to the controller and stuff. I don't have time to explain quantum extrapolance to you right now, because you probably don't know anything about it. So I'm not able to explain it to you within the time that we have. I would suggest that you go take a course in that if you don't know and you have to come here and ask me. All right, so we need standoffs. What are we extrapolating from quantum stuff, though? Maybe you don't know what you're talking about. Damn it, that's a slip fit. That shouldn't have been a slip fit. Why is that a slip fit? Probably because I didn't measure these ahead of time. So those aren't a slip fit, but these are. Oh, okay. So it's based on the holes that are already in the Noratake screen. So we've got 5 millimeters there. This is going to sink into it. For now, what I can do is just kind of like hold them in place. I could maybe do it from the other side and put a fastener through that. No, the pump is below the reservoir. What the? Okay, all right. I can't keep up with the chat anymore, so I'm just not. I could use the plastic standoffs too. Yeah, those will actually grip, but they're plastic, so they're gonna kind of like wiggle around. But this isn't gonna be the final print of this anyway. We still need to figure out where all the stuff goes through. Yeah, but I'm not in the business of just like kicking people out. I don't do that. You know, they just need to learn some social skills, and the only way to do it is through immersion. So I've got other standoffs that I could potentially put up to use here from like drone stuff. I could use those. Where do the red ones go? Where are those red standoffs? I think they're in a different bin. We'll try to use these. We'll try to use these. A lot of these parts that I'm looking at right now don't really have a home. The only reason that they're left is because I haven't really found an application for them. And so relegating them to this project is kind of neat. So we could try to use them in this project. I'm running out of desk space. Hold on. I'm like out of desk space. I blame you, chat. All right, so we can use these. These are like nice long metric standoffs. We could use these for the screen, and we'll see what we need to do with everything else to sort of get it to pop. I mean, we already chose the location of the screen. The screen's in the middle of the motor controller and the Raspberry Pi. Hey, Mahalo, how you doing? How you doing? The only problem is I don't have room behind these to put. See, I anticipated that the standoffs would. They would actually grip the plastic here, and I didn't think ahead far enough. So let me see. I need longer bolts. What do I have in the collections? Let me find. Oh, we got to go get hardware. Hold on. Let me go wobble onto the back of the shop and actually get hardware out. Fun times. Wobble on back to the back of the shop, where I have a bunch of hardware stuff. Let's see. We'll get these, and then I'll bring up the laptop screws. Where do those go? Oh, it's nice and cold over here. Bring those. Bring all the screws, all the different fasteners for all the different things. We can bolt the things to the things, and we can all pat ourselves on the back with how hard we worked. I don't see anything. Where are the laptops? I think they're up. They're up at the front. Up at the front. Okay, got those. It's a Noritake e-tron VFD display, vacuum fluorescent display. VFD from Noritake e-tron. Here, wait. I mean, there are a lot of different VFD displays, so this one just happens to be the one that I chose. See right there? You can see the text that says Noritake e-tron. See right there? Right there? It's right there. You can just read it. Yoink. That's the specific display. You can find other character displays because I think these were just like eBay specials. Because this one specifically is the CU225 ECPPB W1J, but it has this header that puts both of the rows like that, which is not very much like a normal character display. But Noritake e-tron is the company that makes this specific VFD, and I like it a lot. I've used these on some other projects. Have I? Wait a minute. I've used them on breadboards. They got a nice look to them. I've used one in the beer tap handle, but that was a four-line display. But these look really cool because they look like an old VCR when you power them up and get them pumping when they pump. Yeah, it uses just a generic LCD library. It's just whatever. It's cool, whatever you got, whatever you want to throw at it. Why did I size these like this? I must have not clicked on the solid to extrude it. I think that might be what happened. I may not have clicked on the right solids. All right, so that's the size. So I do have fasteners that size, luckily. So you can get some slightly shorter ones. I don't think I can get that to, yeah. It's like, that goes a couple threads over. Well, we can attach these separately. I can pull this thing off and then I'll attach my 4 standoffs to it and we'll see what it looks like. If I need taller standoffs or not, I'm not sure about that. So let's get this thing open. Let's get these off of here. Open the doors, get them out of there. As the references battle in my head for supremacy, they start to get a little bit confused, and so I'm starting to add like weird accents to like Independence Day references. As my mental fortitude begins to wither and die in the presence of Twitch toxicity. It's like in Primer where they forget how to write after being exposed to parabolic time for too long, which is a scary thing. You think about like, yeah, I made this machine and it's doing all this cool stuff. Only I don't know how to write anymore. Like my hands can't do it. It's like, wait a minute. Streamer brain? Yeah. I would love to do like university tests and put that to a number. Like what's the IQ drop on streamer brain? Because it's a thing. It's a thing. What are the acute effects? What are the obtuse effects? All right, so this kit is dead. This is what a dead fastener kit looks like. And actually, this is a different example of a dead fastener kit. Streaming adds 3 times difficulty bonus. Yeah, and you get like a double time multiplier. Maybe a 3x is what we multiply the Haynes manual and the Chilton manual by. Job should take 2 hours. We're like, okay, so that's a 6-hour job. Let's start in the morning, and then it would take us 7. But the same thing applies to streamer brain. It's the same when the kids watch me sculpt or do anything, ask me 500 questions about the universe and how the sync works. Yeah, but that's good. That's awesome. All right, let's get, tweezers. That's how you size software. And that's how you calculate a power supply too. Okay, those are all too long. All right, new one of these. I need to do something about the old one. I don't know what to do about the old one. Dear fucking Lord. Is it not enough? Is it not enough that every 2 minutes I pull this thing out? Really? Look at this. That's the same alert I got a minute ago. This is what I'm talking about with this thing. It's been doing this since before I started today. That's why I've been so short-fused. Quiz show brain, where you answer every question at home. You have a camera in your face and can't answer a thing. I would say it's similar, yeah. Similar mechanism. The only problem with these is that we're not spreading that force out very much. Although this I can kind of anchor. Because of the weird offset that happened. Yeah, there's a weird offset in the top layer. That must be what happened here. It's like the very top layer, but that should be pretty good. Get that there. Get this like that. These will potentially crush into the plastic if I'm not careful. Oh my God, there's now footsteps over my head, which is possibly one of the most annoying things. I probably could use those laptop screws here. What happened to that kit? I don't see it in my immediate vicinity, so I'll just go with hex bolts. It's unfortunate because I like, you know, I bitch about things not using the same type of hardware throughout the whole design. And then I'm doing this where it's just like whatever I can find goes into the design. I can use the longer standoffs on this. I'm just going to use the longer ones. Yeah, they're having a friggin' like, they've got like an Oompa band upstairs. Doing a little polska. And I wasn't invited. I'm never invited. It's just I happen to be below the kitchen. It's a really bad location for somebody who's broadcasting, but I don't have a choice. I don't exactly have a choice. I forgot to mention the new Burn the Subs. The way that it's going to size the names, you either drink or play in the band. Whose shop? What shop? We talk about? The sizing for the names on the new board are actually going to be, there's going to be no sizing. It'll just be gift subs will be one size and original subs will be another. So the original subs will be bubble letter. Like, not bubble, it's not going to look bubbly, but by bubble letter, what I mean is a font-specific terminology, which means that they will be outlines, right? Dr. Professor, thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. That's mighty nice of you. But yeah, the way the names are going to be sized is you'll have the outline of the letter font for original subs, and then for subs that are gifted, they will be the Hershey or the single line font. Meeting, yeah, Adam Savage, yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. I'd love to get on that guy's radar. He was supposedly going to stream on Twitch. I was pretty excited about that. Pretty excited about that. But I don't think that's going to happen. I did get on Strange Parts' radar. I hope he's doing okay, man. He had a brain injury, as in a pipe fell on his head. Oh shit, we don't have enough threads? Of course we don't have enough threads in this thing. God fucking damn. Okay, fine. Back it out. Back it out. Back it out. We gotta go to the smaller size fastener no matter what. He messed up his hand too? That's no good. He had great content. He was the guy that went to Shenzhen and built a phone out of parts. And so he knew of my channel and stuff because he started streaming on Twitch a little bit at the beginning there. He's packed his shop up. It's very sad, but he's on the road to recovery, and I hope he does well. Because yeah, that is tough. You know, he's just getting that stuff rolling. He had a cool system where if he put his eyes up to the microscope, it would detect that with a capacitive thing and then flip the view so that you guys would view the thing. Yeah, the Shenzhen phone. I don't know if I really watched a lot of that, but yeah, Adam Savage's prop builds are amazing. They sure are. Well, he's been in industry for how long? Generic boards, or generic phones of generic boards that fit into generic cases, huh? With generic monitoring software on them. I think my next phone is going to be like a Pixel or something like that. I don't know. I haven't really decided yet. I don't know if my phone's going to get destroyed when they flip over to 5G. They'll come over and just start stomping on my phone. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope to see him doing his stuff again. He had some good content going on there. Follow his Twitter. Follow his Twitter for any updates, you know. I try to stay away from following too many of the electronicsosphere on YouTube. Do new phone too. Yeah, mine's about 2016. And I expected it to last for about 7 years. That way it was about $100 a year for the phone. I bought like a flagship phone, and I'm like, this must last for 7 years. And it has. I've had to replace the battery. I did that on stream. I could replace the screen that's literally sitting right here. Hold on. That's the screen. The replacement screen that I've wanted to put in. I just haven't had the balls to do it yet. This is a 14-hour 3D print. Ow. 14 hours for a plate. So the things that would make it take less time is if I sunk a pattern into the back that was just like a lattice structure, so that the solid plate was a lot thinner, and then on top of it there was just a lattice structure to make it strong. And I'll probably end up doing that with this 3D print, because 14 hours is a little bit ridiculous for this. No, look, PETG does not appreciate printing quickly. And there's a lot of material on this. This is a lot of material. This is 5 millimeters thick, and it's got the thick standoff material for you know, PETG. One of those people that has to get a new phone every 2 years. That's ridiculous. No, I can't do that. I keep my phone forever. I don't want to get wrapped up in all the weird, stupid technology that they're putting into phones. I just want something that works and is a nice, you know, it's a nice little computer that I can get distracted on. But mine's starting to show a little bit of its years. I don't like. I'm not watching like a, you know, like, you know, watching 2001 on my phone like Stanley Kubrick meant for me to. You know, like on a screen that's this big and somehow it's 4K. I don't care. I just want to be able to read the text. I don't know. I don't trust phones. iPhone 7 to a 13. Well, at least you're keeping it on the odd numbers. Well, that's cool. Getting free phones. It's always a nice little perk. I had a nice little discount when I was doing consulting. That was always fun. Buy a phone for the camera. Apparently iPhones are really good for their cameras, aren't they? They got some pretty ballsy fucking cameras on their phones. They got a lot of oomph, or I don't know. They're good, is what I hear. All right, chat is in all directions today, so I'm just going to keep working. Screen standoffs, check. Raspberry Pi standoffs will be the brass ones, because I know those work. So let's go with the tallest of the brass that we've got here. And I'm using one of these things. Alternatively, I could use Alternatively, I could use these guys up here for this kit. I think I bent some of the radiator fins doing that. Worth it. Worth the joke. Oh, these aren't the tallest. These aren't even the tallest. These aren't even the tallest. I'm losing my faculties here, yeah. Another tall one. Tall boy. You go in here. Worth it for the bit. It's always for the bit. Everything boils down to the bit. Gotta make sure to make the bit. Time to make the bit. Okay, so we'll get those 4 in, and I'll do that using tool. Damn, he's always quick to clip. All of these should have been this size standoff, but I guess I projected holes down onto the 3D print. You see that? Look, perfect size. 0.2 over the size of the threads, and that last little 0.2 is there just to provide me with fiction. It's to provide me with fiction, not nonfiction. It's there in order to write an actual autobiography of... No, it's there for the friction. It's there in order to hold on to the threads. It's basically just a pressure fit. It's not like these are threaded holes per se. They are just holes that the threads then grip onto. So... And that one is crooked, but we'll deal with that later. What I can do is over-tighten it, and hopefully it keeps all that friction on there, and then it'll correct itself. Because there's not exactly, I mean, it is kind of machining its own threads, but not exactly. 0.2 is a little bit of a loose thing. I mean, both of those are crooked now. That's fantastic. I couldn't be any more excited about that. I guess that's a little better. When you're dealing with tall standoffs, things tend to kind of wander around. I could put a washer under it too. Cosmo Quest! Rating with a party of 22. I need to put my tool over that in order to see that. How you guys doing? We'll get through this, yeah. What's the latest and greatest on James Webb? I know it's just in transit right now, right? So it's got a long way to go. But they did individual mirror tests. Did it get through that? I haven't opened up the status page in a little while. Cosmo Quest X. Yeah, I did say Warsh as in Warsher. That's how you say it. Cosmo Quest X, friend of the show. They have an affinity for projecting. And honestly, we love space here, so it all works out. It all works out in the end. If you guys are interested in space stuff and discussions and cool things, you guys owe it to yourselves to check out Cosmo Quest X. Keeper of Maps, thank you for subbing. Appreciate it. Yeah, like Washington, yeah, or a washing machine. All these standoffs are crooked. Look at how crooked they are. What the hell? This is what I get. This is what I get for 3D printing stuff. I have the audacity to 3D print standoff things, and they just go in crooked. I could attach one of these bits to my drill press and maybe use that to keep them straight up and down. I'll bend them as I need to when we install the Raspberry Pi. So that's the Raspberry Pi mount. That's got to be tall enough to get over the Noctua fan that I'm going to put in here. So because this is going to be in a Worcestershire, yeah, exactly. You put some Worcestershire on it, and that'll make it taste good. I got a barrel-aged, like a bourbon barrel-aged Worcestershire sauce for the holidays that I've been itching to try out. We haven't done burgers in a little while. My trick with burgers, because we'll often just buy the pre-made patties because nobody has time, and I end up having to cook them. So the pre-made patties, I just sprinkle with Worcestershire sauce, and then that brings out a little bit of the flavor more. For just a simple burger night. I know everybody's going to say that you need to smash the burger in order to have a proper burger, but I don't like having sex with my food. I mean, we're not doing pan fry. We're doing it on the actual grill. So it's Westchester sauce. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Schuylkill sauce. That's what it is. Schuylkill. Okay, I might have to touch like a soldering iron to these and straighten them out. I'm not sure. Mix it into burgers and it's so good. Yeah, it's pretty freaking good. It's an oyster sauce, but it really brings out a lot of really good flavor from your meats. Next piece would be the standoffs for the laser controller. And those are also oversized. See, the thing about Fusion 360 is when I project the holes in a solid, when I project the holes from one solid to the next drawing so that I can extrude this, the only problem, yeah, I know it's called umami. The only problem is that they create two circles. So we've got the actual circle fastener size, and then we have one inside or outside of that determines what the size of the hole in the actual extrusion is going to be. And it looks like when I clicked on this thing to extrude it, I didn't zoom in and extrude the inner pieces of this thing. So if you look at this over here, this is why we have to use alternative fasteners, because I'm not going to wait another 14 hours for this crap to print. But what we've got over here is the hole that is based on the hole in the solid object that I've created, and that's actually projected onto a drawing. So that hole up there is the hole in the motor controller, and for the motor controller, I just made kind of a generic placeholder, right? I just made a little placeholder board for it. And then I projected that hole onto the thing that actually determines what the platen is. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. That would be, hold on, I gotta click into a different window to see that. Dolanik. So if we look at the sketch, hold on, I'm gonna wait for chat to tell me how to use this software, because apparently chat's in the business of telling me how to do everything I already know how to do today. So okay, let's get into that. And then what I did was I projected, we don't need to see the rails. Yeah, see, look at that. I did a 2.2 millimeter diameter hole on this. I did that. But I didn't forget, or sorry, I forgot to click on this right here, that area. I did not extrude that area. That's what we're dealing with right now. So as of right now, I can't use the brass standoffs for everything because I did not project the outer ring little areas into the holes. But that happens with Fusion. It's not totally debilitating. We can still just kind of work with what we've got. So yeah, let's unview that sketch. We don't need to see it. But yeah, this is the plan. The heights of these things are going to vary depending on the hardware that I can find. Ouch. Hand resting on stuff that hurts. I didn't see, that's the problem, is that's the wrong direction. I need the holes to be smaller so that they fit these standoffs. So instead I've found standoffs for those. We'll find standoffs for this one because these aren't gonna, yeah, I can't, technically for just a test piece, I could maybe fire some hot glue into that, but you know, it's not gonna hold on to stuff. So yeah, let's find some fasteners for this thing. I mean, it'll take the form of these. I just need to find standoffs that'll complement that. Now we don't need ones that are as tall as the other ones. Where'd it go? The laser board can go a little bit closer to the edge there. Although I am gonna have to need to figure out how to get connections out. I don't know, we'll just play with it and see what we get. So, standoffs, what do we got? There's no real, none of these match. Let's try to find standoffs in a different place then, I guess. I might have a couple in the miscellaneous bin. Are they in this one? Oh yeah, there's a ton in here. Oh yeah. I might be able to find something in this, although I don't think so. Finding similar standoffs is always a bit of a challenge. Yeah, not in this one. Different drawer. Different drawer. Let's take a look. I mean, I've got these too, but these aren't, I don't think these are the right size. Yeah, those aren't really going to grip. They kind of do, but not really. Well, I don't need anything permanent. That's the thing. We just need stuff that's going to hold on. And if we find the right hardware, then we'll use that. But other than that, I just need something to go in there and be a bit of a placeholder because we need to kind of plan out where everything else is going. Oh, there's the laptop screw kit. I found it. I finally found it. Any standoffs kicking around in here? I feel like we used the standoffs that I'm looking for fairly recently. Unless they're in one of these others. I'm looking in bins right now. I got a whole thing of bins down here. Down here. Down meow. Well, there's one that we could potentially use. Might be a little big. It's actually not. It's actually not. I think I have 4 of these. I've heard people say they enjoy this part of the stream. Uncle Phil. Worcestershire. It's the actual pronunciation. Get it right, chat. One more of them. I got these weird computer ones that are like probably the same size. I don't really want to use weird computer ones though. Wow, I've got a bunch of them. Oh, there's the 4th. Good. Okay, we got 4 of these things. Now finding hex bolts to go on top of that is tough. Rummaging is satisfying. I don't know. I try not to have too much time dedicated to rummaging around, but a certain degree of it is needed. A certain degree of it is needed. I've got a large collection of a bunch of miscellaneous project things, and when I try to build something, I try to use that stuff up because it deserves to get used up. I don't just order new stuff for every project unless I'm forced to, which gets expensive. So a certain amount of rummaging is very necessary around here, but at the same time, I don't want to have a stream where I'm just going, man, I know I put that somewhere around here. Not very. The stuff that I have kind of sticks around. Yeah, shipping, I think the shipping crunch hasn't really affected me all that much. Are these gonna work? Are these gonna work? I'm not sure. Oh, that's the wrong hole anyway. Yeah, I think these are English sized. I don't know if I want to use these now. Might have to go look for more because I think these are English sized standoffs, and I don't really want to mess with that. Every project takes n+1 parts, with n being what I have. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Definitely can't argue with that. These are English sized. I don't want to introduce them into my setup. I want to keep this metric. I would like to anyway. And these are unfortunately... Wait, what the fuck is going on? There we go. Okay. Back down the crouching position. Try to find some standoffs that are going to be appropriate for this thing. So... I'm guessing that the computer-sized standoffs... Oh no, those are metric. We'll use those. Maybe I can get these to work for me. These are like weird computer standoffs that I might be able to utilize. We'll try those. Put these back. I'm just sad I didn't have enough money to get that 3090. EVGA was like, "Yo, your place in line. Here it is. You want to buy a 3090?" I'm like, "Yeah, man. How much?" And they're like, "All the money you have in your bank account." And I'm like, "That's not something that I'm about to do." And so I had to just sit on my hands and let somebody else buy it. It would have been nice. It would have been nice to have for a balls out build that I've got all the other parts for too. Just been too occupied to reformat my main computer because the motherboard, the RAM, etc. I've got, and the processor. Just spent a lot of money on. I plan to use, but yeah, didn't work out. Not yet, anyway. I don't know if I can actually use these standoffs. Ah, god damn it! What the fuck? Who put this together? Hold on, let me get a vice. Brick it at menu screen. I had a friend of mine get a 3080, same type from EVGA, and I don't know, something along the lines of installation broke it. Although Micro Center took responsibility for that. And so they got him another one. I think it's a 3080. I don't think he went 3090. His company like supported him building a new computer, so he was able to get something pretty balls to the wall. It's cool to see, but we helped him build the thing, and yeah, it didn't work. It took like a couple weeks for everything to get sorted out because of like dead parts. Amazon game that bricked everyone's. Yeah, which game was that? It like broke people's GPUs. Jeez, how close to the standoffs is anything in this board? We should have room. We should have space for these. Yeah, we should have space for these. New worlds? Man. That's wild. Like, oopsie poopsie, we broke your graphics card. Sorry. Ooh woo. My hair is in my eyes. I need to get a haircut. I just schedule like a bunch of doctor's appointments too. I've been shirking my fair duty. Something about the drivers, right? It was EVGA, I thought, was susceptible. Wasn't it only on EVGA that they used certain hardware, like chips, that would go and then just die when they were pushed in a certain way by that game? I think it was MOSFETs or something. Oh man, I forget. I think JZ2 Cents was the one that figured that out. Jays or whatever. All right, just take a aside. I got some standoffs over here. I don't know if I can use them or not. Let's see. So that would have to go into here. Oh my god. I don't know about these. I don't know about these. These aren't. They are metric and everything, but I don't have the screwdriver tool that can drive these in. These are basically standoffs for a CPU cooler. Solder melted on one. Oh my god. That you gotta really push stuff to get out to the solder temperature. Oh my god. Wow, amazing. Such a well of knowledge. All right, I need to find standoffs for this, so we're still looking. Still looking for standoffs. What other stashes of standoffs could I possibly have? Well, every other drawer, every third drawer in this setup here has something. So it stands to reason that I should be able to find some kind of a standoff that'll work for this. Let's go to, where else? I mean, the drawers on my left could have some stuff. I mean, if I do sync plastic standoffs, I could put them upside down. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll go upside down standoffs. Let's do that. Just for this one. I didn't want to have to do it, but we can do it. We can do it. It'll be all right. Any in here? No. Nothing there. Usually it was this one, and then there was like one other that actually had like other standoffs in it. Well, this one does have quite a few. I mean, if I could, oops, I can get this to work, maybe not. I can't find 4 of a type. That's the problem right now. 4 of a particular way. Yeah, you heard that? You got that. That was a good drop. Guys, I'm not sure how lasers work. Or burning things or anything. I don't know anything. let's see here. So I got 2 of those other types in here. See, a lot of these are left over from like drone projects back in the day. Yeah, I don't think a lot of these are the same type, and I wanted this to mount a little lower down than that. So I was hoping that I would be able to find some of the larger standoffs that I have and use those, but I don't see them anywhere. I don't know what I did with them. Just thinking. Let me think about standoffs for a minute. What you know about rolling in the deep when the brain goes numb? I don't want to use these. These are disgusting. They're absolutely disgusting. Disgusting. These would be pretty good, but I don't think I have 4 of them. Although I did just find 2. If I can find 2 more, and that's kind of a tall order around here. If I can find 1 more, I can use these. So I think we're onto something. If I can find 0 more, then we can use these. Are these all the same height? No. Well, how is this one different? That one is different because the height of it isn't the same as the other ones. We might just use the different height one and just rely on the board to bend a little bit because it's off by like a millimeter. Those other standoffs would have been good, but they're not metric. I don't want to mix English and metric in this thing because that's just basically an invite for a massive headache. I think that's why these are in here, is because I only have 3. Makes some sense that I would only have 3 because I don't have the precise size. I always stick a washer under it. Yeah, that seems to be the case. All right. Well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. Hopefully it's the same thread pitch. Hopefully it's the same thread pitch. I think I can just put a washer under that and it'll be fine. Those 4 are reserved for these 4, along with the 4 bolts, nuts down there. I can do plastic from over here. That should be all right. Oh no, I found a metal one. Yeah, that gets it to about the same height. Okay, so what is the thread pitch on these? Well, we don't want too much of that to go through because we'll have to use these short ones on the other end. Are you kidding me? Are these? Are you fully serious? Son of a bitch. Yeah, they're not machine pitch. Or rather they're a wide machine pitch, or they're an English. Let's see if they're English. He's really gonna be English. Yeah, this kit was from DigiKey, this thing here, and it is originally English sized. It's a pretty good stainless kit, though. Yeah, these are English sized. I'm putting these in with the English sized ones just to keep them together. Man, I don't want to mix and match my bolts. Like, these would be good if they gripped it all. Damn it! All right, we're not out for the count. We still have a chance of being able to do this properly. I didn't expect it for today to be. I expected for today to be a little bit of a hangout, but we still, I still want to get this done. All right, let me see here. Let me think carefully about what I'm looking for. If I put the board down, I could put it like really close and just use long fasteners and 1 bolt, and then have it thread down on those, and then thread them from the top. And then this could be really close to the base plate. but I wanted there to be a little bit of room because this is the main cooling vent. So if I put a little bit of room there, and also, you know, we need space for wires and stuff, but I guess wires are going to go above. They could sneak down and around, but that would make closing the top a little bit more difficult. Now all these connectors have to go, actually wait, this goes this way. So I'm not really going to need the underside of this in order to run wires. So maybe I will just do a bolt on that, or a spacer, but if it's spacers, that's another thing that can fall off. So I'm not doing this right now, man. I'm not doing that. You do yourself. You do you. You do you. I'm not here to babysit you. Now this is one that I colored in for the power supply project, so yeah, I think putting a fastener through and putting a bolt through that is probably the best method. I'm trying to think of any other like parts bins that I have that have standoffs in it. But I don't know if I've got anything. I mean, looking up above the desk here, I mean, the only standoff, this is all microcontroller stuff. This is that parts bin with the English parts in it that has some standoffs. Drone parts, what did I do with all those? I remember there being like a significant number of red standoffs. They were too tall though. But if I could find stuff, wait a minute. Yeah, I think the plastic standoff method is going to be the best. That's what we did before with the old platen, which is this piece of carbon fiber. There are other standoffs and other bins, though. Am I looking at some right now? No, I don't think so. Hold on. I think I have a dedicated standoffs bin, but I did buy, like, computer standoffs specifically at one point. But I don't think I got nothing. Hold on, just give me a sec here. I just gotta look through some things. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Double nope, triple nope, quadruple nope, double nope, back to double nope. Darn. I gotta start 3D printing because I want to build that shift knob. I think that'd be really cool to have. And I guess I'll do 7 speeds. But I mean, my summer car has more speeds, but you can't use them, right? Because it only lets you program gear 1 to 4, right? Maybe there's more. Maybe there's more. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see much. I don't see much going down here in terms of standoffs. I don't know why I'm so starved for standoffs, but I'll find a kit at some point and buy them, or not, or we just keep struggling. I mean, I've got these get me far enough anyway. All right, keep going. So I can do 4 of these guys, 4 of these plasticky Johns, and we can figure out what kind of bolt the Johns get in order for the Johns to go into the Johns. And then we'll get all that stuff together. And it'll be good. And I'll have a little bit of a standoff there. And then we'll know about rolling in the deep when our brain goes numb. Oh, man, is this gonna grip? I heard like a beeping. I don't know what that was. It was like a boop, boop, boop. And I'm like, who's targeting? Okay, I think these will be good. I'm using them for like everything but the other ones. I didn't mean for there to be hardware sticking out of the bottom here. It doesn't really matter that much, but I didn't want that. If only I'd thought to click on the right solids, then they would all be the same type of standoff. Okay, or I could just make the most crooked hole known to man. The drill pulled in and hit against the other standoff and went completely cattywampus. It's all right, though. That's all right, though. It's just a test piece. This is how we get to know what our dimensions are going to be. And I actually like the idea of putting like a, you know, like a rib pattern in the back of this thing. All right. Wow, those barely stick through, huh? Actually, that's good though. They're the platen is 5 millimeters thick, and these are M3 by 12? Yeah, I guess these are M3 by 12. I mean, it'll hold on to things. Everything will be held in pretty nicely. And if I want to use bolts for this instead of nuts, I guess I could use the female-to-female ones. Will I have enough room? I won't. No, I have to use this kind to get this low. Get low. And then when I redo it, I can size those in a little bit. You shut your face about milling machines. Actually, wait. I'm not allowed to be mad about milling machines. Lathes that I don't have room for. All right, get this thing all together. See, the thing is, I can't attach any electronics until I get these four because everything's on the same plane here. So it's all going to block itself when I put it together. It's all going to block things. So we gotta get our standoffs sorted. That's not going to work. Where did that even come from? That's a plastic fastener. Get all these things together. And then standoffs. Should we get the fan in place? We should put the fan in place. Let's put the fan in. Just for fun. Just so we get an idea of how everything lays out. See, I love this part of building stuff. This is where we're discovering all the little issues that we're going to have later on down the line. It's a very useful part of doing this. So what I need to do is stop burping. That's what I need to do. Yeah, here's your view. You can see all the bullshit that I've got sitting at the bottom of the shop. I need to find my 5-volt, 40 millimeter Noctua fan. This is the kind of fan that I use when I need airflow, and that's it. That's all I care about, is that I get, airflow, question mark, and the answer is yes. So this would be not these. Here's one. A4 by 10, 5 volts. Is it a speed control? No. Good. I want that. That's our fan. Ah! Oh, no, I missed the desk. I missed the desk. Everything is lost. It's all over now. Men for the fallen had to. Rob has avoided saying men for fun lately because he doesn't like that everybody makes fun of him for it. He's the only reason that I know how to curse in Swedish a little. Not much. It's not like I know what I'm saying. So yeah, oh, look at that. Look at that fit. Look at that fit right there. Beautiful. Beautiful. I need you to curse in Swedish. I tried just now. That's all I got. I don't have much else from that. Oh, teach. So yeah. Well, I don't know when we'll be able to do that, but so this thing is interesting, these Noctua fans, because if I use one of these M3 fasteners, that's a baby curse. I don't want to say anything too bad, because I think if I swear in other languages, I'm still liable, right? I don't want to get too vulgar in other languages, although it would be funny to figure out exactly how policed Twitch is in terms of alternative languages. Like, that's the reason why we don't allow, foreign language conversations here in chat, is because I can't police them. I'm not able to see, or I'm not able to fathom what you're even saying. So we keep it to my summer car curses and, the ramblings of a Swedish YouTuber named Rabaz. But, so yeah, here, oh God, shut up. All right, anyway, yeah, the M3 bolts grip these things. He's on YouTube. Yeah, he occasionally posts videos when he's not completely slacking off. Anyway, this stuff right here, that little shoulder is perfect for the M3s that we want to put into this thing. I will show you. I show you. All right. Look at that. I could not. That's so cool. That's Noctua, man. It's beautiful. Beautiful. And we got just enough threads sitting below it. The only problem is I don't know if I sized those holes correctly. I think I need to drill them out a little bit. But that's another thing to go on the list of changes. This is a 40 millimeter Noctua. These are fairly popular in 3D printing. A lot of the 3D printing also uses a slightly deeper one. They like those slightly deeper yeah, we got to drill it out. I got to drill it out, but not with this. Call an ambulance, but not for me. All right, let's get a smaller one of these. Whatever these things are called, I don't really know. If only somebody would tell me. All right, let me find one that's just gonna barely be smaller than my bolt. That's like the same size, and I don't know if I want to bank on that. These are like the same size, and I don't know if I want that. I mean, no, I should go a little smaller than that. I do want the screw to actually utilize the hole, though. And that's why 3D printing it the right size the first time is always nice. We could use the long drill bit. Okay, that's all. Yeah, that's actually the right size. Okay, we'll use that one. We'll use the huge bit. Huge bit! This is a big bit. What a bit! It's a streamer bit. Okay, well, I cannot. There we go. Jesus, this is too much. I don't like all the responsibility of this much drill bit on the end. Drill bits are fairly brittle, especially when you're like me and you put the drill down like this and it falls forwards and breaks the bit. Or when you're hand drilling something and your hand, because you are a human, goes like this and it breaks the bit. Okay, anyway. Number one, not so bad. We don't really need 4 bolts on this. We could probably do 2, but... Wow, that one flew in. Okay. Hopefully these aren't too much of a friction fit. Generally with 3D printing, when I'm 3D printing something and I want a bolt to go in there and I want it to make... Hold on. I want it to make just a little bit of grip. I undersize it by 0.2 millimeter. If I want the bolt to just kind of sit in place, I will oversize it by 0.2. Oversizing by 0.2 will often mean that you still need to force the bolt through. If you oversize by 0.4, it will just simply slip through. So if you have an upper enclosure piece, you can do that. Or if you're using hex bolts and you got that big shoulder on it, you can very much oversize it. Twist bit. Dion, listen. It's okay, man. You're okay. 2 is good, 4 is gooder, yeah. There are Twitch leaks out there. You guys can go see what everybody makes. Except for me, because I'm not even in the top 10,000. I'm not even in the top 10,000. Twitch, chat, I need your help. I'm not even in the top 10,000 of streamers. I need to get there by the next time there's a leak. I need clout. I desperately need clout. I'm dying, chat. I'm dying of no clout. If only I could get clout. Top 10. Top 10,000. It's me, your top 10,001th streamer. Goddamn leaks. Even Brett was on there. I'm so unpopular. It's fine. Let me see here. So I need a larger hex size, and I would like to spin it a bunch, so I'll put it on the screwdriver. The screwdriver helps me spin this stuff a lot better. Put your best spin people on it. Bruce Leroy, what the fuck? I don't even know. You guys your weird messages. What was Rabaz? Rabaz wasn't top 1,000, right? He was like top 1,500, 1,300. Spinning like that. Looks like the hull's oversized. I don't know what 3D model I got, but the hole that I've left for the fan blades is too large. God, these are really grippy, even on that drill. Way too grippy. I could like really crush this thing down if I wanted to. Down we go, nice and tight. Yeah, I could undersize this hole by quite a bit, actually, now that I'm looking at it. You know what? It actually kind of fits, though. I should probably make it a little bit smaller. You know, there's the gaps over there. It's not totally vital that this is, like, the perfect hole. I wanted everything to be flat against this platen because that's where it prints. And then up here, I guess I could sink that down a little bit if I need to. I need to target the zoomers? What are we going to do, Pokemon cards? It'd be kind of funny to get my brother's kids on stream, but I don't think I'm going to ever ask. I don't want to put a little kid in front of the stream in order to get views, you know? But it would be kind of funny to you know, like do an electronics project with my nephew, because he's getting into all that stuff. He's going to like smart kids school. He's gonna be smarter than I am. Ah! All right, I need more room to actually like work here. I don't have any space in front of me. Let's get this thing mounted like this, so that it's controller on the bottom, LCD in the middle, Raspberry Pi up top. That's not how the Raspberry Pi mounts. Is it? These aren't. Oh yeah, they are square. I didn't think they were square. I don't know why. Oh, that's gonna be nice and cool for the Raspberry Pi. That's for sure. It's got a fan right below its processor. It's perfect. Tell me about it. The boy TM is better at maths than I am. Yeah, what is up with that? Is it like, man? Yeah, my nephew is like a smart kid. He knows stuff about everything. Although to be fair, there's a little bit of a parental bias, right? Like my parents, being the grandparents, are like, he is the smartest kid on the face of the earth, and I'm like, no, no, he's not. Come on. But he is going to a, you know, like a more science and tech school. Actually, to be fair, when I went to school, it was all English literature and grammar. That is what they stressed at the school that I went to. And they did like an exit survey of some of the alums, and I had it out with them. I said, listen, I had to relearn math in school. Why is there no support over engineering, which is a viable career in today's standards? I was getting great grades whenever we had to write a paper, but other than that, I had to start from scratch and learn a lot of things from nothing. And supposedly now there's a very robust engineering program at that school. So I'm doing my part. I need to move everything down by a little bit. The only problem with this setup is that if I have to remove the control panel from, removing the control panel from Burn the Subs, I can pull this whole thing off of the wall, right? But if I need to mess around with, like, for instance, any of the mounting location of this thing, or if I want to pull this off as one piece, I will need to get a wrench and come in from the side. So, I try to like wiggle this a little bit. Yeah, the Stream Deck, are you talking about? With the, just like a push? The Stream Deck is just a touchscreen with a bunch of buttons overlaid on top of it, but I like it. I mean, hey, it works for me. And if it works for me, it's perfect. Is that good spacing there? I guess so, because I'll move this down and then we'll have space for like a long enclosure that'll have buttons on it. Yeah, if you guys have like alternative electronics questions and I haven't really paid attention to you because I can't, because you guys are being very needy right now, go to the Discord, because I'm in the off hours of the stream. I am on the Discord. Look, I gotta level with you guys. I don't make any money off of this. Like, I make little bits of money off of your subs, and those help fund some of these projects. But it is basically what I'm doing is I'm hiding until there's some kind of legislature around healthcare where I can survive without dying. And then I might ramp up my efforts to get more viewers and stuff. In the meantime, if in the case I do pop off suddenly, I will have to invest great amounts of money into projects in order to continue my health insurance that keeps me from dying a horrible diabetic death. But like, I am constantly plugged into Discord and stuff. So while I'm trying to get stuff done right now, you can definitely catch me off hours on my Discord. And I should be streaming more, but you know, this is where I am. Lord, that got dark. Well, you know, there's this area where you have public assistance in terms of income, and then when you go beyond that, there's this subtractive cost from what it'll cost to treat your chronic condition that you didn't decide on. You know, I didn't have a list of check marks and go, yeah, type 1 diabetes, cool, let's go with that. But after that check mark, after getting type 1 diabetes, like, I can't afford to keep myself going. I don't know. I won't get into this too much right now. I just want to say, like, I'm not actually complaining about not being in the top 10,000. But yeah, you guys have been a little needy today, so I'm not really up on the conversation of what you guys are talking about. Yeah, it's like there's a significant gap there, and I don't know if anybody's ever done that calculation. The people who legislate these things, they probably know. Yeah, dying is actually against toss, so I got to be careful about that. That was a screw bin that fell on the floor, and it did not explode. Whew. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's all coming together. All right, next piece. I recall talking about it in econ class 8 years ago. 8 years ago, I wasn't thinking about it because I had a good engineering job. I had a good engineering job 8 years ago, and then rent went up, 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 and then rent went up. And then I got this email that said, we did a survey of your peers. We did a survey of your peers, and they decided that you get to pay a certain % of your health insurance costs. And I'm like, what? Who in their right mind would agree to that? And then the bills started to come in. It became unviable for me to live on my own in DC under the salaries that I was getting as a seasoned engineer. Pretty crazy stuff. All right, let's get some boards down. First, motor controller. This one's going like this. Unfortunately, I can't flip the direction of the, what do you call it? Blah, 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 blah. I can't flip the direction of the cooling things. It looks like this is too tight. It's too narrow, so I have to alter that. I'm just gonna force it a little bit there, but I'm gonna have to widen those standoffs a little bit. Let's actually get some of these edits into the thing before I forget. Let's get some of the edits that I need to do into these. Now that narrowness could have been caused. That narrowness could have been caused by the standoffs being not, you know, centered. Like, I know these I'm gonna have trouble with because they're all canted to the side and stuff like that. Yeah, that one was a lot of trouble. So basically what I need to do is I need to edit this part right here. And I need to move those out from the center just a tiny little bit. So that part is actually right here, Gerbil board. We go into the sketch. Go into the sketch and edit the location of it, bother. Go into the sketch, bother, and change the dimensions, bother. Do that. All right, 111.5. Let's do a 0.5 millimeter. If I do 1 millimeter, I think it'll be too far out. Maybe. Let me just take another look at this. It looks like actually that's 100 and a half a millimeter is maybe not enough. That might even be 2 millimeters. You look at it. I don't know how close I can get you guys. Ugh. Like that, and then go into this, and then look at that. So even though I've widenated the holes, they're actually a little bit further out than you would let on to. So I'm thinking that's not half a millimeter. Let's just do a sanity check. Once I find my calipers, which are up here. Calipers! Calipers! Ah! Fucking... Okay, I got him. I got him. Sanity check. Oh, not even on. Turn them on. Turn them on. Turn them on. Oh my God, they're dead. This is unprecedented. All right, let's let me get a new battery in these. I thought I just changed the battery though. Oh, yeah, wow. My these are spaghetti-o, chat. Spaghetti-o. These might be a little too worn. There we go. Well, we got functionality for now, but I can tell you right now that's not 57.06 millimeters. That ain't it. That ain't it. So let me just origin that without turning it off. I need to get a new set. I need to get some new calipers in here. There we go. Ooh, then I almost elbowed my glass down. So half a millimeter is this. So I think we probably need 1 millimeter out of this thing. Yeah, that gap is 1 millimeter. We'll take it up to 1 millimeter, and then I'm going to make a mistake, and then I'll print it, and then it'll all be in the wrong spot. But that's the life we live. All right. That was a pretty extreme amount of heartburn right there. All right, 112. That gives it a half a millimeter on each side. If we take it to 113, that gives it 1 millimeter movement on each side. I kind of want to do 113. We'll do 113. And that may make the holes line up a little bit better. Control S. User saved. And then we'll update this. And then we just need to update the part. And since we projected that part onto our sketch, that latest version is going to move those holes outwards just a tiny bit. And that's all good. So we're good on that. If we go to the Platen sketch, what are the other things that I needed to do? Oh, wait, no, we don't need to go to the Platen. That's not the one. That's not what I needed to do. What I need to do is go to the main extrusion point. Oh, wait, what happened here? What are you thinking's going on here? Everything's fine. You're fine. You don't need to worry about this. None of these dimensions are based on anything you've done. It just has updated. It's, oh, the extrusion doesn't know what to do. So yeah, when we extrude our main platen, that's when I need to choose the different geometries. So right now, on this, I need to actually choose the right parts. I don't know why that's highlighting in yellow. I could probably right-click it and figure it out. But right now, we need to make sure that we're actually extruding the right stuff. So like here, I need to choose that. I just need to go through all these. This thing is like poking into my arm. Hold on. I don't have any room. I don't have any space to work. I gotta move myself like all the way over here. That's a little bit more comfortable. All right, so I just need to choose all the inner radii of these things. Although, to be fair, maybe I don't on the screen. I think we're okay with these, the bolt holes going through. This one I would like to have on brass standoff, so I'll keep that. We'll just have the LCD on its own thing because I don't want to double up standoffs. That's kind of sloppy. that and that. And then we leave, oh wait, no, we leave that one. And then these are actually fine. I don't actually need that little extra radius on there. I really think I'm not even, nope, not doing it. I'm not doing it, man. I already know everything. I don't need your help. All right, so I think I got all the right ones. Yeah, I think I did. All right, so that's that for the edits in this. All right, so moving on. So that's that one mounting, right? So I can force that board onto the thing right now. It'll kind of fit. When I reprint it, obviously they'll be wider. I don't have 14 hours to waste on one edit, so we need to keep moving from here. So I'm just gonna be able to plop that thing down and force it down on there a little bit. I'll get some bolts on there, even though they're not even gonna be necessary because it'll be pressure fit on. And then, you know, we'll come back to it and I'll use the proper standoffs on it. They'll be a little bit wider out. I'll be able to get a little screw through there. And there will actually be more wiggle room because the screw head is what's going to be pressing against the circuit board, and it'll have a smaller fastener in the center there. We just need the standoffs to make it a little higher up than this thing over here. You know, the unfortunate thing is that I'm not going to be able to loosen this without like a little tiny wrench. I need to get a set of like little tiny wrenches. Just little open-ended wrenches that I can use on stuff. But yeah, okay, so that's the one edit. We did the other edit. I mean, that kind of fits, but it's well, I don't even need to put bolts on this because it'll just hold on, right? Like that's not going anywhere. It's being squished between all the prongs. All I know is that I know nothing. All right, anyway, so the Raspberry Pi goes right here. And that I can use the normal screws on, or I could probably find good-looking screws. I would really like to use the good-looking screws for all of this stuff. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, though. I don't know if Wera makes open-ended wrenches. I want to get like a set of little machinist wrenches. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it, so I wouldn't know what to buy yet. Is that going to work here? Yeah, those will work there. Okay, so I don't need too many threads on that, to be honest. Could use some shorter ones, like this. These two right here. We'll get two more. Little shorty guys. Yep. Don't need too many threads. I mean, honestly, this thing doesn't need that much of a mechanical... The good screws are Torx, but these are the pan-headed laptop screws, and I like their look. We're not going to get away with without using a huge variety of different types of fasteners on this project. It's just not. The reality of Burn the Subs is that it's an amalgamation of just all kinds of hardware wrapped up into one big pretentious container, and that makes up the whole project. So I'm not going to be able to keep it, all just a certain type of screw. Really, Wera makes little wrenches. That's interesting. Color-coded wrenches. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want that. I don't know if I want that. I'll just find like a cheap set. Yeah, not palm-headed. What even? Is that an actual fastener type? Whoa, look at that. This is what I like about getting somebody else's 3D model and using it as your own. Just grabbing that other 3D model, I was able to put the holes in the bottom of this thing, put the standoffs in it, and everything fits perfectly. Yeah, that stuff adds up, doesn't it? Man. That's why I like all of my old grandpa style tools, where they're from places where somebody has died or left their tools behind or something. All right, next one. The LCD. Well, these aren't going to work at all, but I think they're the right size. Here's a slightly longer one. Here we go. Let me grab this one over here. Get this thing out of here. Yes. I'm a grave robber, all right? I'm not going to look a gift dead guy in the mouth, all right? What? Wait, what? What did he just say? What did he just say about a dead guy and his mouth? What? So these are not very tall. Might be something that I want to look into. Which side is the top on this? I think that's the top. Which way does text go? I forget which end is the top end on these. It's the one with the part number, so it actually goes like this. Actually, it goes like this. Take my tools to the grave. No, I have no use for them there. Plus, I'm trying to get out. Dun, dun, dun. All right, I don't know if I have 2 more of those. I don't think I do. 2 more of those. I mean, I'll have them in the other kit. I just don't know where the other kit is right now. And I don't think these go far enough down. I think these are just the thickness of the circuit board. Let me investigate that. Hold on. Damn it. And then, yeah, I guess the ones with fewer threads do work. I don't really appreciate using them, though. There's one with more threads, actually. If I could find one more that's this size. Just too few threads going in. I'm afraid I'm going to strip them. And one more that's slightly longer. So that all my hardware matches. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. The other one's in with a couple threads, and when I come across it again, maybe I'll actually replace it with the same piece of hardware. But here we have what I planned out in CAD right in front of me. That's pretty cool that things can work out like that. There's a couple little edits that need to happen, but we've got clearance for the USB socket right there. That'll go into under the screen. This could probably be a little bit taller. We have room for the board that plugs in on top of the Raspberry Pi. It's possible that it should go under, but then I don't have room for connectors. So that's going to have to go up, and then I'm going to have to figure out how to route all of the wires out of this, because that makes a lot of external connections. So that's going to be a difficult one to figure out. It might even need to just like route around the screen, or I need to lift the screen further up in order to fit it. It's going to be a lot of plugs right there, and those are going to go under the LCD and then out to a DB connector. See what this looks like with this over top of it. Pretty good. I mean, you know, you got to peer through the dust in order to figure out what's going on here, but it looks like it's in a pretty good spot. I could use a little bit of a lift on the screen itself, because if you look at it from the angles that we're going to see it from, we're going to be seeing it like this. So I need that LCD to be a little, VFD to be a little bit taller in the enclosure, and that way you're able to actually see that it has text on it and stuff. But other than that, I mean, we've got a bunch of indicator lights and stuff sitting inside of here. That should be pretty good. The only other thing that I need to figure out is how to keep the top on. I may glue... Well, I don't really have room in the corners for magnets, do I? I have room up here for one. Oh, look, you can see through the back plate. I kind of vaguely intended it to be like that. It looks like I have room in the top corners to put small magnets in. I could glue magnets into this thing, and then I'll be able to snap it to the magnets and back. That would be kind of cool. Just little corner things. I'm gonna have to use the test points, or I'll have to bypass the Raspberry Pi's voltage regulator. I'm not putting a Nixie in it. Shut up. It's too much work. We don't need a Nixie in here. We've got, I capitulated on the VFD. That's all you get. I'm putting Nixies in this thing. Room for USB cables on this side, because I do need to plug into the whole thing. I don't want to solder stuff to the Raspberry Pi. I don't want to do that. I want to have it modular so that I can go grab one and then put it in there. Yeah, I'm putting the kibosh and having to nix the Nixie. So yeah, board goes here. Raspberry Pi gets 5 volts. I may need a regulator. This one, it's pretty good power supply. I mean, it's got a 5-volt rail that I could set to 5.1. I guess that would be okay. This thing gets 24, whatever this thing puts out, 36 and 5. And then, yeah, I mean, I just got to make a circuit board go on top of the Raspberry Pi and then move the LCD up. I'm pretty happy with the way that this is so far. It's good. This is good. So I wonder if I can get this thing to mount on here without falling off regularly, because I do want to like be able to move this thing around with the glass still on it. Well, let's take it off for now, and we got other stuff to figure out right now. So I got to clean off the desk, and we have to gird up for a bit of a water cooling test. We're not going to give power to anybody, but we are going to give we are going to power the pump. So I need to figure out how to hook this thing up with all the tubes it's going to get and see if our new pump can do what the old pump can do, but better. I need to see if the new pump is actually capable of pumping water all the way out to the extremities of this thing. So let's clean up the desk. I need as much space as I can get. And I'm going to take a quick potty break here. We can hit the reset button after the weirdness that was the beginning of the stream. Jesus. Oh, wait. Some of those bolts were not... Well, I'm going to have to fish in here for all 4 of the other ones. All right, let me get some stuff out of the way. Get all my screw kits out of the way. Everything is mounted. I mean, you know, this is pretty much just what we set out to put together. The only difference is that I mounted the power supply in a slightly different orientation, and I'm happy about that. Actually, it actually turned out really well. You know, with the glass case on the front, that should look pretty cool when it's all polished up and shiny. It'll look like a pretty professional setup that's not going to collect dust. I mean, it is going to kind of collect dust around here, but I still need to incorporate a start and a stop button, although maybe we could figure out a different way to do that. Maybe it could be based on whether or not my stream is running. We could have it look at the OBS WebSocket, maybe. I don't know. But then I need something to control like an emergency stop, and whether or not, you know, I want to burn a particular name, I need to be able to stop it from doing that. So yeah, I think another panel below this with the buttons on it is probably going to be necessary. Oh, this will be cool. All right. Yeah, let me put some bins away, put some stuff aside, and then we'll be ready to get my desk covered in water once again. All right. I had to do a lot of squats today. I'm pumping. I gotta get my pump on. I'm wearing a pump. I got a pump right here. Yeah, pumping. Pump. All right, put the screwdriver away. Put this one on the thing. It's not really a screwdriver, but you know, whatever. Nut driver away. Put this thing. I'll put that away in a minute. Put this box away. Bin full of bolts. Get these guys out of the way. What else? The giant syringe I'm gonna need. Brackets, go with brackets. These brackets, I'll tell you what. I don't know where these brackets came from, but I can't seem to get rid of them fast enough. Not that bin, this bin. Here we go. Brackets where brackets go. What else? Oh, I forgot to mount the DB connector. I can figure that out in a minute. Washer. And the drill goes back, but first, let me put the whoa, that was a very loud and probably bad. I gotta be careful with that glass. I'm gonna break it, and then I'll be shit out of luck. And then it'll just be a wooden frame. We should be careful of this. This is an important thing. All right, wire, hold on to the desk, get up. If I don't do that, I'll end up stepping on the wire, and then when I come out of the squatting position, I unplug my mic. I've done it many times before. Streamer, you should get a longer mic cable. I just came into your channel and I don't even know what's going on, but I'm going to give you advice. You who has been doing this for multiple years. All right, where did the kit go? It's back here. Kit, put that back together. We're not really going to need that. We just need like a pair of scissors for this part. That, and that, all the way over there. Weird set of tweezers that my brother gave me. Put that up there. Tube clamp, possibly necessary. Some of this stuff. All right, looking pretty good. So I'm gonna take a quick pee-pee break. I'll be right back. So we'll go to this view. I will return in a minute, and then we'll do a little bit of water cooling stuff. So let's put up BRB. I don't have one. I don't have one. Oh my God, there it is. Yeah, I'm, man, how many times have I told people why I don't go wireless for my setup? Because it sounds like shit. What is this warning? 12, 13, 14, and 15. Edge 1. Where are you talking about? What do you mean missing? I moved the circles out like a millimeter. Oh, I see what happened. Well, that's easy to fix. You were anchored to the wrong thing, huh? Look at you. Unfix. Nope. Yeah, it decided to keep it instead of stretching it out. Break the link. Yeah, why are they like this? I mean, I could just delete them and then it'll cause chaos, but see, now that's a different solid, so it's a different definition of where things are, and so it breaks. See, this should have, I don't know, it projected from the old one. I don't know why it didn't continue to do that, but I'll just have to remake them and then re-highlight them in the extrude step. And it's going to throw a bunch of warnings, but oh well. This stuff is simple enough that it's easy to correct. Nope. Weird, it shouldn't have done that. The whole point of my doing it this way was so that I could do precisely what I did, and it would move it along. Move along home. I need to take a heartburn medication. What the fuck is up with my stomach today? Whew. All the squats did it to me. All right, so that's that. Finish the sketch, but now it's not going to know those holes are there. Unless it just assumes. Nope, see, it didn't assume anything. There's just nothing there. So I need to highlight that, and then I need to unclick those. Where are my 2.2s? The fuck? Wait. Where does it think I am in the timeline? I definitely put 2.2s in there. What the hell? Wait, why is that unanchored? What the f... Okay, AutoCAD's getting a little belligerent with me right now. What is that about? Constraints. You and you. Constrain yourselves. I can't do it. What the fuck is... Okay, all right. Something happened to AutoCAD and it's like exploding now because for some reason the projected lines aren't right or something like that. I don't know which one it is, but it's not recognizing the geometries that I've given it. If I view, where is the... Why isn't the circuit board visible in here? That was uncalled for. Why? Yeah. These aren't threes on that. Why aren't they visible in here? I mean, this should be the Gerbil board. Oh, is that not projected in? Why is that? Does that not look like an extruded solid either? What's going on the Gerbil board sketch? Oh, finish sketch. There we go. Finish that sketch and then save it. If we go back here, yeah, it probably would have been able to reconcile where the holes were if we allowed it to. I didn't finish the get latest version, and now boop, there it is. Okay, so now I can go to the platen, and I can actually project these into the drawing again, because I already messed it up. Later, engineer. AON, AON. And then click OK. And then I don't unview the Gerbil board because I don't need to see it. And then I can make the 2.2s inside of that. That was just weird stuff that was happening there. If I had actually finished the other drawing, then these would have moved properly, because then the projections would have been taken through. But instead, it just had this sketch, and it's like, what are you doing with this sketch? But as long as we keep the sacred timeline looking good, we should be all right. Finish that, and now there are no holes there, so I need to go to the extrusion step and redo it, and then I need to unclick you, and you, and you, and you. There we go. All right, so those holes are now corrected. Now I still need to make like a pattern in there that I can extrude down so that this isn't like a 10,000 hour print. But that's for later. We're gonna play with water in just a second here, which means I need to fill up a pitcher, which means I need to go take a pee-pee and not pee-pee in the pitcher. This isn't my summer car. So I'm going to take a pee-pee and get some fresh water that we can then fill the reservoir with, and we'll sort of assemble a bit of the water cooling system and kind of take a look at it and see what kinds of stuff we need to figure out. I'm not gonna, nope, not doing that. Oh yeah, let me do a little bit of music so that you guys know I'm still around, so I'm still alive.
Or like some people are going to sleep on the West.
Be right back.
Yeah. I don't mean to put you on blast, Paul, but are you, if I remember correctly, you were in medical school? Or you were studying something medical related? No. Oh, you travel for work. Okay. Just a nurse. That's still medical. Okay, cool. Oh, thanks for what you do. If you're a gambler, I wish you luck at the casinos. I haven't been to Vegas in forever. And thanks for the gift sub to Callie Nick. All right, a few more songs. A little less talking, and then I'm out. I don't even know if I'll raid tonight. I might just hit end stream and just go directly to sleep. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Who knows what will happen? All right. Talk to you guys before I leave.
Oh, there's a good UK timing? Yeah. Any crackling going on here? Am I okay? Oh, Ray's on. Neat. He's all like sponsored and shit. Jesus Christ. Guess he has 2,000 people watching. All right, down we go, down, down, down. It's getting real chilly. The sun's gone down, so the temperature is dropping super fast. I replaced all the air in here with outside air just because the lighting is kind of warm. I just closed the window. Hopefully I get a little bit of temperature back because I'm starting to shiver a little bit. I do like it cold in here. I like a good exchange of air, but all right. So we got our edits in here that we've discovered so far. Now we need to look at the actual water cooling itself and see if I can build the loop and then figure out whether or not the pump works for it. The problem is this pump is 6 to 12 volts, or it's like 5 point something to 12 volts, which means I don't necessarily have the right power to go into this. I believe that this power supply, let's get BRB out of here. This power supply is from my friend's vinyl cutter, which had 35 volts and it had 5 volts, and I'm not sure if it has anything else. It was 35 and 5. You can usually find some weird combination of voltages in these power supplies. You can get like 30, like 2412 or like 2410, but this is 35.5. So we got to work within that, which means getting 12 volt to this pump would be kind of difficult. But this is what is this? This is just straight off of Amazon, made in China. Brushless teeth. Oh, I didn't take a heartburn thing. Hold on, I gotta grab one of these. I got these like Tums derivative heartburn things that are famotidine, but the problem is I think Tums encourages the body to make more acid. I don't think it's a good thing, but it's what I got. It's all I got. And hopefully keep this shit down a little further. Man, it's getting bad lately. I can't say like 2 sentences without being like burp. All right, so I need to figure out how we're going to put all this stuff together. So we've got a couple loops going on in this thing, and we have 2 pumps. Our original pump was this little guy. This little guy right here is a fairly capable little water pump. It's a little 5-volt pump. Hi, pizza farts. I'm having pizza burps, and I didn't even eat pizza. Let's go to the microscope. Why is it micro on there? I need to click the screen to get to it. I forgot about that. This is the other pump that we used, and it was barely able to move enough water through the long tubing and the restrictive tubing that would get us all the way out to the laser axis, right? So IP68 row house input 4 to 6 volts. So they give us an H max and a Q max. Water only. Oh, red and white. What are you talking about? Well, it's a good label. 110 centimeters H max, and Q is 150 liters per hour. Here's the replacement in our testing. Head is 3 meters. Flow is 240 liters per hour. God, that is, why is it so bright? It's because I haven't. This camera's on all the auto modes right now. I haven't actually calibrated this camera, so it's going psycho on us. 150, 240. So this is roughly twice the liters per hour. This is really pissing me off. Hold on, I need to do a couple things in order to make sure that this camera, in order to make sure that that camera looks good. It's doing all of the auto adjustment things, so. Let me just go to it real quick. Microscope, I go to properties, and then I set the FPS to 30, click OK, and then I go to the properties again, and I go to configure video, then I turn off all the auto functions, and turn the gain all the way down, turn the white balance to about 4300K, camera control, turn off focus, turn off auto exposure, turn off low light, click apply, click OK. Now, click OK on that video window. I go to properties again, and I set the FPS to highest FPS, and I click OK. And does it forget everything? It actually didn't this time. Configure video, Go back and turn the gain back down. Go to camera control. We're good. Okay, cool. So now I should be getting quick video. That looks pretty good with no big streaks on it. And now it won't blow out your eyes whenever it looks at stuff like this. So yeah, 240 liters per hour. This one is 150. So not quite double, but it is more. This didn't really give us a rating for head. My fucking eyes! H max is 110 centimeters. But this one's got 3 meters. 3.0 meters. That's like significantly more. I don't understand that. I think this is a much angrier pump. I think that's all we can really surmise from that information. So this is small enough that it'll fit behind things up here. I don't know if I'll be able to actually get it to fit behind things, but we could try. We could try, and I don't think I'll have a mount for it at the moment. Maybe I could just zip tie it to something. It's an Angie pump. Yeah, Angie. All right, move this a little closer. Get some light up there. Open the barn doors up a little bit so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. One of the, minor tenets of streaming is that your audience should be able to see what's going on. If I could get that here, you can't even see that. You guys can't even see what I'm doing. So on the outlet of the reservoir, I can go straight down with this thing without hitting the wall. That just means that this clamp is going to be like that. I don't think that's tenable. I don't think I can do that. But I could just hang that there for now. Having it go straight over, or turning into a walrus. I could have it like bend around and do something like that. But the output of this actually needs to go into a distribution block. Here, take a look at what we got. Here's what we need to do with our water system. So what I'm doing, those of you who may not know, I have a big board on my wall. That's this thing right here. So that big board on my wall, yeah, I can do all kinds. I've done stuff where I've actually hung a pump on pieces of tubing. That was actually the quietest thing I've done. It would be cool if I could use one of these on there, these nice EKWB ones. But this nice EKWB reservoir is going to go towards the computer that it's already attached to. So don't be distracted by this. I'm like, ooh, I could get one of the small sizes of this thing, and then I could use that. No, don't do that. No scope creep right now. Burn the Subs 3 is going to get all the nice stuff. The Burn the Subs 2 is getting the nice trash that I already have. So anyway, this is a piece of live edge board, and we're going to turn this into a subs board. I have a list of names that are people who have already subbed in between boards. So all those people are going to end up going initially on this board, which means this thing is going to have to be burning for quite a while. The laser on this thing is an Angie little 1.4 watt blue laser diode. I have fears that this thing is going to overheat. Now this is kind of ready to go, but there's a variety of different hardware and wire on that. So I'm going to redo that. I'm going to be making a lot of little connectors and stuff. But one thing that I'd like to do in redoing all of that is I would love to water cool this laser. Now that's going to mean that I'm going to have to reinvent this 3D print and make a good mount for all the stuff, which I'm not looking forward to doing. But if I can get tube all the way out to here and I can pump water, we're still figuring out if we can do that at all, right? If we can't do that, then I'll scrap it and we'll just leave this. But if I can get tube all the way out here, I would very much like to water cool the laser. Just have any water flow at all going through that in order to bring a little bit of coolness to our laser during operation. It's not necessary, but it's fun and it's cool and it's something to do. So it needs to go from that location all the way over there, all the way down this drag chain, around, back, up, around here, and then to the laser, and then it needs to do all that over again. So that's a little bit less than like 4 meters, I think, was what I came up with. Or no, it was like 2 meters, maybe 3. So My name will take up 45% of the board. Are we that close to 10K followers? That's pretty cool. Or are you making fun of me? All right, so here's what I've come up with. For the laser itself, how do you water cool a laser? Well, that's what I'm just about to get into. So, I bought these little distribution blocks, and these are from, what is it, OC something or other? I don't know. They water cooled a Raspberry Pi. And so they have this series of like MX fittings or whatever. So these are 1 to 5 distribution blocks. Now we have 3 items in here and then a 4th. So we're using 4 out of the 5 of the distribution lines. So we'll have a big, just like a big bundle of cooling wires, cooling tubes that go into this thing and go to the various things and then back over to here. It'll be a big parallel cooling system. Problem with that is that the shortest length is where all the water is going to want to go. Although it is a very large tube that's getting necked down to a very small tube. I bought 3 of these things. Why did I buy 3? Well, if you look at this one, look at this little guy right here. It has G 1/4 fittings for water cooling stuff on the bottom here. The thing that a laser goes in, the smaller version of it, the thing that the laser presses into, if you look here, hold on, move you over here where you can fall over and then break the glass. That would be a disaster because I don't have a replacement for that. A laser diode is this little can-shaped thingamadoodle, and they press into a fitting like this here. They press into something like this. All of that heat from the laser diode gets put out to the can. And so that surrounding can is what we want to cool. Because if we cool this surrounding can, we can cool the laser diode, and then our focusing optics will have threads on them, right? So my thoughts for this are that with this distribution manifold, it is just about the same size as the can that fits the laser diode. So I could technically, if I really wanted to, I could solder a brass tube to the end of this thing and then caulk this thing in place and then caulk the other side with the brass tube with wires in it and a laser diode on it. And then this could be our laser diode carrier. All I would need to do, and if I wanted to sink this in a little bit more, all I would need to do is run something like a ream or an end mill through this. I would have to snip off the ends of those things. That's why I'd rather it be like a brass tube on the end, like a fairly large brass tube, and that way there would be it would act like another thing for the water to pass through to kind of cool it, because I would want the heat from this can to be what's exposed to the cooling water, which is not exactly going to happen with this setup. I mean, if I had more of an engineering department behind me, I'd just redesign this block. I know I've seen people take the laser diode like this and then just simply wrap it in brass tube, but I don't think I'll be able to bend it quite like that. That's kind of a tough bend for me to do. So I think what I can do is just solder a brass tube onto the end of this thing, which is tough because then how do I ensure that the laser diode's in there and connected properly and doesn't get solder all over it? I could use one of the laser diode sockets that I have and sink that all the way down to the bottom. The only thing is the laser diode that I have is a much larger laser diode for the 1.4 watt. The 2 watt alternative ones are a little bit smaller, and I would have to tune those a little bit so I don't overdo it with the laser power. But that's the idea that I came up with when this stuff arrived in the mail. So what we'll set up right now is I need to get these things to stop leaking. Basically, everything was leaking when we tried this last. So what I need to do is get a small length of tubing, of the small tubing. So we'll get that, and then I'll cut. One of the cool things about this tubing is that I can also use this tubing with my solder sucker. I wasn't so far off. No, you were not. No, you were not. But that's the fun. That's the fun around here. So you get to do all this stuff. All right. Man, it feels a lot less pretentious in here, doesn't it? Where do you get these manifolds? I ordered them from Amazon, but it had to order specifically from OC Solutions or something like that. I forget which exactly it was. It was like OC something or other. It's like these guys, if you look up the water-cooled Raspberry Pi, they have all of this equipment that you should use, and they've got it linked in the YouTube. Chat doesn't move fast enough for me to be able to be that much of a dick. All right, so what I need are little collars out of this. Just little tiny little collars like this that we're going to slip over the end of these things, and that'll provide us with that little bit of extra clamping force that will keep all of our tubes from leaking. Something that wasn't really included in the previous design. It's actually going to be a little bit tough to do, unless I can find a slightly larger tube. Might want to, like, soap it up or something. I could do that from behind. Yeah, like this. Eh, you fucker! Valves in and valves out. No. This is literally just an open block, and it's just got 5 hose fittings on it. That's all it is. And then on the ends, you can put the the actual like G1/4 water cooling fitting. See, like that? And now we've got that little collar on there, and that's gonna make sure that this thing is clamped and sealed. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So we're only gonna need 1 blocked off on these, right? Because we've got 4 locations that that water needs to go to. So on this one, I'm gonna block off all but 2. Capiche? You guys getting what I'm putting out there? I think it'll work. It would be nice if I could block off these with a little better. Maybe I can pluck the water fitting and thread it and put a grub screw in there. I do have grub screws. I need to make a smash cut of all the times I said grub screw that one stream. Grub screw, grub screw, grub screw. So this will keep my desk from being a complete wasteland. How do I figure out water flow in that small area? I do wish they were valved, because then I could unvalve the ones that go out to the laser. But I think the restriction, the necking down from one size to the other, will compensate. No, I don't have this built yet, right? Concerned with leaks with the caps. Everything else is G1/4, so it has a washer on it. The G1/4 fittings do not leak. They're actually really good. This would be where if I had a little one of the 3D printer 24-volt heaters, I could hook that up to here, and then we could use one of those temperature sensing caps to see if we get appropriate cooling through this thing. We're not gonna do that, but yeah. We played with water last stream, Demi. I had paper towels out and everything, and I still do. They're still over there. But that's why we're doing these collars this time, because we're learning. We actually listen. I didn't bring out, what I should do is hose off the, I have, when I bottle my brew, when I'm doing brewing, what I do is I bring out this dog tray. It's like a rubber tray. It's like a Rubbermaid tray that goes, yeah, Wooder Ice. What are you talking about? WOODER. There was a beer that was called Wooder Ice for the Pope or something like that. Anyway, it was like a Maniunk thing. Anyway, so I have like a Rubbermaid like dog tray thing. Yeah, like a boot tray. Yeah, exactly. That's perfect for like bottling beer and doing water cooling stuff, because when you get a spill, it's not necessarily going to be like, you know, the gallon that the thing can hold. If I were smart, I would have that out right now, but you know, I never claimed to be smart. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, those are going to hold. That'll be pretty cool. Over here, let's get Okay. I've got my send and my return from the hoses that are way off in the distance here, right? I've just got a big coil over there. So what I need to do is I need to send one end, we'll send this end over to the cooler that we just set up, this thing, which will eventually get its own caps instead of just the hand-tight G1/4. We'll send 2 of them out to this thing. So let's get two collars on this. These little clamps are they're the key. On my brewing setup, I use much larger silicone hoses, and I do the same thing, and it works really well. So presumably this will work really well, because we deserve a win. And the only issue here is stretching it out around this. That's going to be the difficult part. I mean, I could try to like use like a, you know, maybe one of these, the clay working tools would do. When I need to get bubbles out of the system, I use these and I push them in and then just give it a little opening and it'll vent the bubbles out. Yeah, so these are measured to be approximately the length of the tubes that go all the way to the laser axis. If I really wanted to do a realistic setup, I would lift it up a little ways too, which is a difficult thing for a pump to do. You got to watch out for that. Oh, come on. These aren't going to be stretchy enough, are they? I'm going to make it work. I wonder if I could... Hold on. Maybe you could do this. Alpha Cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's Alpha Cool. Alpha Cool makes most of the small water cooling stuff that I like to use. Brand name didn't work. Age well? I don't know. It's fine. If I can get this over the end, maybe I can... No, it doesn't really work. Maybe I need to find a slightly larger tube, make it out of that. When you get down to these sizes, the sidewalls are kind of fighting you. I don't think I'll just be able to slide it over. Hands cramping. Yeah, I don't have a lot of like space out from far away. What about no, I don't think that'll work. I was gonna say, what about some of these fittings here? If I could slide one over one end and then get it to go over top of the tube and then pop it out. Let's see. Hold on, let me just see. I just got to investigate this. I got to come up with methods to do these things. So put the collar on. Problem is that it goes over the barb. Put this on. Oh, and then the collar's not going to stretch out any further. Nope, that's not right. That doesn't work. What if I don't put it fully over the collar and just use the collar as a taper? And this goes like this. And then, nope, now they're the same size. Maybe I can flip it over. Fuck. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. They're on back order? I got the last 3. Maybe they're on back order where you are. Yeah, the box of tubes was a mental health thing that I did. Because we were all these are gross. So I mean, I could cut it out of that. That's a little big. I'm looking to see what other size tubes there are so that I can slip something over the end. Yeah, maybe that size. Where was that one? What was this? That's so big, though. That's such a big collar to put over the end. That's like a huge amount of silicone. I don't think I need that much. What I need is that tool, that farming tool, where you've got the 4 little posts on it, and when you close the tool, the 4 little posts, they like they separate like that. It's actually for stretching a rubber band, so you can put it over an animal's tail, and it removes the tail, which is ugh. Ugh. That's too big. The tube on the end is too large to fit in with the other ones in close proximity. Oh, maybe my, yeah, maybe the, snap ring pliers would work. That might be just the right tool. Snap ring pliers. Let's take a look. Possibly, I don't know. Yeah, that'll do. Sort of. Sort of. Come on. You can do it. There it is. Yeah, that'll do. All right, so snap ring pliers are the ideal tool for putting the collars on. I don't know how much they're used for balls. I know they're for tails, mostly. Probably used for whatever. I'm not a farmer. All right. So the snap ring pliers are these are the ones. These are so good at doing that. Because that'll just stretch it like that. I mean, yeah, I could use a third axis on that, but this is fine. Because if I can stretch it flat, then I can squish the tube and get that to fit through. Just like that. Beautiful. Get the hair out of there. Fucking silicone hose and hair. It loves this stuff. Ta-da. See, now that's going to fit tightly over the barb and not leak. Beautiful. That's a good setup. It is also a great tool to fling items across the room, yes. But you guys are all doom and gloom. You guys don't let me come up with these nice solutions without all this doom and gloom. It'll never work. Nothing we ever do will function properly. Oh, bother, should know this by now. Anyway, I don't know. I could do that directly against the radiator. Opened up for free Rona kits on USPS a while ago. Yeah, people were linking that in the Discord. I haven't had a chance to really check it out yet. So I could either do that like directly, which would probably be a better way to do it, or I could do it like I did before with a big thick tube. It was nice to have the big thick tube because then you could see whether or not there were bubbles captured in this. I don't know what Bubbles is up to, and I don't really need to know. Fucking weirdo. That guy's a bit of a pervert. Or I could do it at a right angle just right here. I could probably do that. I gotta also figure out where the pump goes. These are a lot of questions that I don't need to know the answers to. Let me see here. So if I do a right angle directly on, I got four of these little four of the male to males, but these don't twist. It's the longer ones that actually allow you to like adjust what angle something is at when it's tight. But yeah, that and then this. And now I've got this output manifold sitting at not a good angle. I could tighten it way down and get it coming out of this end. Like this. That would be too much of a turn for the tubes to take. Or I could do any combination of the above. Too loose like that. I mean, you could do it like this. But then that puts it right up against that edge. I don't think that's not a good path. Because it's way too close. See, if I did these down, so this needs to basically face upwards. Gen X audience? I don't think I have a Gen X audience though. I don't know. I don't think metrics gives me age. I might get something like that. See, I'm almost Gen X, but I'm not. There's a bit of separation there. So we do it like that. I don't like this spot. Not a good spot. But if they go down like this, then I can at least, I mean, the hole is going to be right here. That's like eerily close. Or I could try right up against it. Which isn't going to fit unless I take it apart. Damn it! If that goes like that, then the tube would go around and just straight back over to here. It would actually go around and into there. So it'd be like, I need an example. I need an example tube. It'd be like this. Can't even see what I'm talking about. Be like that, which that's workable. I think I'll do that. I think I'll do it like that. Is there a prototype? You're looking at it, buddy. You're looking at it. This is the prototype. Prototypical. Let's see. See, I can't twist it like this. I'd have to disassemble the radiator piece, which I guess I could do. Let me see. Let me get this out. Get this. Get one of these. How's the design look like in your software tool? I mean, looks like this. What do you want? Yeah, this is just for the brackets, so. Let's get the radiator out so I can actually screw in that piece. Oh, that's pretty tight. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll like ratchet it without damaging the pie. Well, the old 90s mullet, like from Terminator. Oh, here we go. I can do this. All right, careful. All right, and then this thing goes here. We'll face that inwards. That's where it's tight. You know, like those Fusion 360. AutoCAD Fusion 360. Ow. Fuck, ow. Man. These fittings are probably meant to go into something that then lets you adjust it. But this'll seal. There's a little tiny bit of pressure on it, so that'll hopefully hold it in. Maybe it's a little too compact, but I don't know. We'll roll with this and we'll see what happens. So like that, and then we attach it to here, which is going to be a little bit more difficult. It's going to be a lot bit more difficult. All right, all right, all right. All right, 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 all right. I'm going to have to like squidge it back here. Ugh. Squish it back here and then slowly turn it against its own washers without loosening everything. It's like a press fit up against the maker beam. I really shouldn't have done it like that. Should have given it a bit more space. If only I had the foresight to design such things. I could do it like that. Okay, there, that's a little easier. I can actually get that to spin. Oh, wait, no, I'm unscrewing it from the other side. God damn it. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. This is doable. These see these fittings actually have a section of them that can rearrange itself, right? You can twist this thing against a rubber O-ring and it'll loosen, so that you can install these in all kinds of weird water cooling locations. Unfortunately, that's what we have to deal with. It's actually quite a bit of a tight fit, and you got to really work against the fitting in order to get it to screw in. So that's what we get to work with this setup. If I could get that to go past there, I'd be very happy, but it won't. But it won't, and I need to do this then. Nope, that just unscrews it down there. God damn it. All right, hold on. Here's what I'll move the camera so you guys can see what I'm dealing with over here. It's like impossible angles of these things. Also got people stomping around upstairs, so I'm like about to flip my fucking lid. So like this fitting is what allowed us to put it at a distance, and it's just hitting. No, we're not using an infrared laser. We're using a visible light laser. And the visible light laser is 420 nanometers with the ultraviolet components. Also, you don't hear it? Good. It sounds quite loud up there. We have a 1.4 watt blue laser. And I just want it to be cooled because I want to be kind to my hardware. That's all. Yeah, 420 nanometers, blaze it. God, this fitting, for all of its good. Oh my God. Hands are turning into claws. Tighten that up. Yeah. And they're making sure that these rubber O-rings are pretty good. Whew. Okay, so now I got to get this attached to the other right angle fitting. So that's our, jeez, man. Ugh. So that's our return. This is the return from everything. Everything comes back into here and then goes up through the radiator where it gets cooled, and then it gets added back to the reservoir. Now, the order of things in a water cooling system doesn't really matter, depending on your flow rate, I guess, because everything kind of becomes the same temperature in a water cooling system. Everything kind of tends to even out at about the same temperature, just because of the way the heat capacity of water. Oh, wow, that's... How do I know that it's too close? Here, I gotta put some pressure on it so it doesn't scrape. There's no getting around it. Ugh. Okay. So now that goes here, and we can put that bolt back in. That only took a couple seconds to configure and set up. My hands hurt. It doesn't really need to flow that fast, not in this system anyway. I don't know what the heat creation capacity, I don't know how quickly, there's two factors. How quickly is the heat being created, and how much capacity does your liquid have to store that heat? So I don't really know those specifications very tightly. We're not doing all the specific engineering numbers on this. We could put a much larger water cooling pump on this thing and then run it really slowly, but I don't really want to do that. We're going to run a little tiny fountain pump on this thing, and hopefully it'll be enough. All right. 4 return lines. We need to get collars on all these, and then I'll need to string a line from there to 1, 2, 3 over here. And I guess I could do either a notch in this, or I could cut like a hole. I could do like a bespoke opening, and as long as I have enough extra tube, that should be tenable. Should be able to figure that one out. No valves in the system, so if it leaks, everything gets broken. I don't really care. If it leaks, it leaks. That's its fate. But we had the other system up for like 2 years plus, and it never leaked. So this doesn't actually need water cooling, by the way, chat. This is just for fun and exploitation of viewers. I enjoy working on stuff like this, so I'm kind of in my element here. And water's pretty good at cooling stuff, so why not? So we got that one all sealed up. Let's just attach the one of these. And my element is hydrogen and oxygen. My one element. Right, so we put that collar over the outside, and then that one can plug into one of these. I'll put it in, yeah, maybe upper left. Actually, that should go all the way around, shouldn't it? Legs that go all the way down. All right, let's do that, and let's go all the way around like this. So that'll be partially out of the way. It's also anchoring down everything else that we're doing for the moment here. But yeah, that'll be our long run of tube to simulate the rest of the burn the subs. Let's figure out some of these tube lengths, though. We got to figure out how to get some of these guys home. So let me see here. Oh, we'll get the clean tube out. Only got so much of this stuff, but we should be able to utilize some of it. We'll go, let's see, what side is going to be the good side for me to run tubes on? Probably want them to go directly to here. So we'll go from here, we'll loop down and up. From here, we'll loop down and up there. And that's how we'll do it. So let's set up our first run. Then of course I'll probably have to like recut everything when it comes to the actual setup. All right, that one's ready. We go, oh God, these are gonna go all over the place. All over the place. But this one, make this on the Raspberry Pi. See, these are gonna have to make like a slow turn. It'll probably be a slow turn towards the back and then back up, and then we can go around like this. So the ingress, yeah, will be the top, and then this one will be there. Now these fit over the Raspberry Pi fittings without leaking, but I'm not going to trust it. We're gonna put collars on all of these because we figured out an easy way to produce a collar fitting with the snap ring pliers. Did I buy these or did somebody buy these for me? I think somebody bought these for me and I forget who. Might have been Twisted Sister bought them. Yeah, I think he did. I think he said snap ring pliers are on their way to your place. And I was like, man, don't do that. Do I want this to go all the way around, like below the screen, or do I want it to wedge right there? It'll do a slower turn if it, well, we'll just do this for now. I'll figure that one out later. We need to have like smooth bends in the ends of these so they don't kink. Because this tube is fairly kinky. Don't take that the wrong way. All right, another one on the end. That one's too big. No, this will be cool. I'm pretty confident in this actually at the moment. Because I know everything. I know everything. There's nothing I don't know, chat. Not a single thing. You can take that to heart because you know I'm being fully serious. That one's gonna look a little rough, but it'll be okay. Oh, it's too thick. Too thick. Okay, so that one, plug that in here. Oh, the problem with this is that now I got to fish this whole thing through. So I'm gonna go under or above. I don't know. Maybe they should go under the LCD, huh? There's not a lot of space for this one, is there? I made that one a little bit tight. I should have. Yeah, maybe I should make that one a little longer. So these aren't so, well, I guess that's okay. I guess that's all right. That's right. I am omniscient. Omnipotent and omniscient. Omni-sea shanty. Oh, there. I don't know where this one actually goes. Shit. Wait, hold on. I need the other path. I need to figure out where these are going. Yeah, I don't think people understand that as the streamer, I have to have a certain amount of confidence, you know? Can't just pay attention to one person and kowtow out of their every whim. So anywhere around here is good for that. I mean, It would be nice if the other one was somewhat close to that one, but I don't think I'm going to be able to swing that. I could put it like up here, because this is the send path. So, and it's all going to be floating on the tube mounts. This is such an awkwardly shaped pump. Let's go on streams. Yeah. Let's see. I mean, that's still below the water line, so if I do just that, then I have space here where I could put this like there. That's an awkward setup, but if I need to put a fan on it, it does clear out that whole left side. All right, let's try that. So that'll be one of these guys, which matches the ID of that. It does, good. All right, so it'll be one of these guys, and then a stopper. You guys can't see what I'm doing anymore. This thing is tall. I should be filming this in vertical cell phone mode instead of like actual like screen-sized stream mode. So one of these, and then one of the stoppers on the end. I'll send my kids questions about who created the universe. Ow, fuck. Ah, that knurling really hurt. It felt like it broke the skin. Jesus. When you're tightening these water cooling fittings and you're not using a big soft screwdriver to do it, getting it to that little bit of extra tightness to squish the O-ring down. What happened was my thumb slipped and then I had the knurling just like scrape me like a file. Ow. Anyway, some of my kids' questions about who created the first person on Earth. Why aren't unicorns real, and why is magic dead to you from now on? Please don't. Why aren't unicorns real, though? We have narwhals. Like, I mean, I don't think it's too preposterous that we have something that looks like a horse with a horn in the middle of their head. That's not all that unfathomable. We have a whale with a horn in the middle of its head. We have a creature called a giraffe that's like the most ridiculous animal that you could ever imagine. The giraffe is so ridiculous that the nerve that controls its mouth goes down, all the way down around its stomach, and then all the way back up the long neck to the mouth. Ridiculous. We have those, but we don't have a horse with a horn in the middle of its head? That just seems like odd to me. We have various cows and stuff and goats that have horns, but no horse with a horn in the middle of its head. Yeah, maybe a rhino, but I don't know. That's pushing it. That's pushing your luck a little bit. All right, I need the slightly larger tube size. Slightly larger tube size. In the slightly cleaner version of it, there isn't. None of it is clean. Less thick of a wall. Thin-walled. There we go. This is the stuff. So I want a couple sheets of this so that I can put it around the outside of that thing and produce basically what will equate to a collar that puts pressure on the fitting. I don't want water to get out of the system today. That's the last of my goals. Keep water out. Ow. Everything's injuring me today. Stop it. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Okay, hold on. That, please. Hello? There you go. It's just basically another piece of the tube that's around the original tube, and that'll create a little collar to snap it to the barb. Once it snaps to the barb, it's nice and tight. That needs to be a little smaller. That keeps it from leaking all over my shit. So I don't have to sit here and clean up water after stream. All right, 2 of those fittings, and then we're gonna put this, what is it? That goes out into this thing. Like, maybe like that. Or it could be... could be like this. I mean, they'll be a little close for comfort there, I think. Yeah, that's a little weird. I think it has to be like this. Like this. And then, yeah, so this one goes here. It was a weird setup. It's a weird setup, but I think it'll work for us. This will go like this. Maulota. Vite voi vito. Yeah. Come on. For now, what I'll do is I'll just zip tie this up here. I'm just gonna zip tie this up here so it holds up. Yeah, I'm just following somebody else's tutorial for this whole project. This is just what somebody, Linus Tech Tips already did this. So I'm just following his tutorial. That's why I know exactly what to do and when. Because Linus already did it. Just hold that there for now. That's a little flexible in where it is, so we'll have at least a little bit of space to mess around with this. Yeah. That's what, when I had the big headgear for Halloween, my LED light up globe on my face, people were like, wow, did you make that? And eventually I was just like, nah, I just bought it off of Amazon. And the first person I said that to was like, oh, okay. And that was it. I didn't have to explain anything else. So, yeah, I just bought it. All right. How is this gonna... I guess like that. I could do it like at a little bit of a 45 degree right there. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. Okay, so that means we need another one of these little tiny pipes. So we need to go out to here, basically. This is a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff that's got to come together to form all of this stuff. Stuff. Jesus Christ. All right. Cut that nice and even. I don't have like a specific tube cutter, so my cuts are a little uneven if I'm rushing. I need to keep moving the camera. Sorry, I keep going from up here to down here. This is the nature of this project, is that this whole control panel is very vertical. Oh, Guff Guff, the dog, the sound a dog makes in Russian. That's the only thing that I retained from when I took Russian as a language in like summer school one year. Is that they go guff. My summer car has a dog mod you can do, and the dog goes bark, bark. Bark. And then if you're a streamer, you go scuffed, scuffed, scuffed. That's what the noise a streamer makes. Okay. Whew. Here's another fitting created by yours truly. It's beautiful. I'm going to sell this as an NFT for $10,000. All right, so that goes over there. Uh-oh, that's slipping. Can't let it slip. See, look at that. Nice and tight. Beautiful. That goes over here. Sort of. Wherever it feels like it, I guess. You know, on your own time. There we go. Probably needs to be a little longer than that, but I think that'll do for now. After all, this is a test run. These are all test runs that we're doing today. Move you guys up here like this. You might miss some of the fine details, but at least you can see the overall work. The work must be done. What was this one? Oh, this is the return or the send for the Raspberry Pi. Send for Raspberry Pi. I guess we'll do it around like this. Oh god, the tubes are covered in shit. Ah, these silicon tubes are not amazing. They pick up too much stuff. They're flexible, but man, did they pick up too much stuff. All right, I'll do it to that length, and we'll just see where that gets us. So the lengths for these tubes are going to be kind of variable. And hopefully the length that I have to send stuff will be enough that it slows it down to the degree where we get moderately even flow from all of our sends. I don't know if that's really going to be the case, though. That's my concern. Right, some of that stuff on there. We're almost there. I can almost add water to this. We just need a couple more connections. We've figured out all our methodology, and I didn't know I'd be using snap ring pliers at first, but we've figured out how everything's going to connect. So now we just need to connect it, and then we can toss some water in here and see what we get on the other end. Should be fun. 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 We need this one. Do the same thing. Only have a collar around the end here. Using your stream as audibles is fun. Can't help you with I don't know what you're hearing that I'm not. I don't try to, man, that guy from the other day, I don't try to lace everything I say with innuendo, you know? It just happens. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Well, I appreciate you listening to my stream at all. Always good to have people here. Okay, that one plugged in to there. This is finicky stuff, huh? Finicky stuff. Twist her back around. Back over to here. All right, so that's the Raspberry Pi. Obviously, the lengths of these things will have to be managed a little bit more. Because, yeah, that one's still too long, but whatever. And then, let's see. These are going down and around and probably up this area right here. These tubes are covered in shit, and then I got to look up in the monitor. Yeah. I don't know. You guys aren't feeling the grittiness on the outside. Whoa, cool. I can buy followers from this banned account? Fucker. You barely reach the 90s, which is about where you can start partnering, and you start getting these bots. You start getting these bots that come in and are like, you want followers? You're like, no, I don't. No. Could you imagine if you were the type of streamer where you clicked on that? Like, do they really get a lot of people? I don't know. Kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies, you know? Gross. Can you imagine getting like your partnered status off of fucking lying? Like, I know any port in a storm, but Jesus. Get that thing in there. Now I need a couple lengths that are going to be just about even here. So maybe I should measure out one and then cut 4 lines that'll match. I think I'll do that. So do this, and then I'll scooch it around and up. We'll just make the remaining 4 lines the same length, and we'll string them up differently. I don't have enough room under this to go all the way down and around. That would probably have been a good idea. But that's all right. We'll do it like that, and then I'll go up. And then basically to there or to the other one. So it's actually 2 lengths that I need. Ah! So that Needs another one like that, and then I need one that's slightly longer than that. What? Oh yeah, those. A scary amount of people who click it just to see what it is. Ugh. I mean, I wonder if those are legit or not. If they'll actually give you followers for money. I feel like they would be. I feel like it wouldn't just immediately be a virus. I mean, I guess there's a good chance that it is also just immediately a virus. Some of the people in here know security and OPSEC enough to actually fuck around with that kind of stuff, like on their own, you know, isolated machine. But I still don't. I don't want that stuff around here. You know, I just don't want it around. It's slimy. Slimy, grimy, criminal individual. All right, let's get this. I need one more length. We ran out of tube. Still got plenty of tube, though. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's legit, but they probably also get your information. That was like one of the advertising things. They wanted access to my income so that they could intercept it and then give me what was left. And I was like, yeah, that's where this is breaking down. That's where this is breaking down. Sorry. I ain't doing that. Why are these different lengths? What did I do? Oh boy. I'll live with it. I'm gonna live with that. Actually, you know what? I don't have to live with that. I don't have to live with that. They're different lengths because one was the inside edge and the other was the outside edge of a turn, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have just done this and then cut them even. All these little scraps, by the way, are the size of my solder sucker. So I can just I can use up all these scraps on the solder sucker as legitimate little tubes on the end, because those tubes eventually they go bad just because of all the heat that they're exposed to. The heat and the flux and the grossness and all that stuff. Okay, there's that end. Need to do this end on both. What the? Oh no, they're the same. They're the same lengths. I need to stop. With that. Scammers call older people. Yeah, the scammers calling older people actually, and like the bad grammar emails and stuff is actually its own self filtering mechanism. So people who don't notice the bad grammar on those emails are ones that are more susceptible to that type of scam. So they automatically filter themselves out. And you end up with these scams that are able to prey on exactly the right audience, and the wrong audience just laughs at it and closes it. Pretty crazy psychology kind of stuff going on there. Pretty crazy, if you ask me. I have to like pick the hairs out of these tubes. It's not that dirty in here. It's just these tubes pick up everything. All right, those go there. And go up through this. And all the way up to the return line. To the return line. Hold on. I gotta just like fish it through all this stuff. Yeah. Man, there's gonna be a lot of little tubes all the way. Your PayPal. My PayPal! No! Actually, should these be on the sends or the return? No, these will be the returns. I need that. I need that extra distance to do the soft bend into the fitting. Where's the? This is just the power cable. Like that. And like this. God, this is finicky. Finicky stuff, but it'll be worth it, I think. I think it'll be worth it or just fun. You know, just fun. Just fun. It'll just be fun. Fun. I hope that doesn't leak. I don't think it will. All right, two more. That's the two other ones that I cut. That's these two. Plug these in. Need to get two little collar fittings for these. If you sound a bit competent, the scammers hang up on you. I guess that's why Boga uses his voice changer so much. He just needs to sound like that demographic. I don't know how they don't detect that it's going, because that voice changer is like really the Roland that he uses, the same thing Tom thinks he uses. It's got a really distinct sound to it, but I guess they don't get the full quality of the audio. They get phone quality audio all the way out there, and then it's on their cheapo headset too. So I guess they don't detect that it's just somebody in a voice changer faking them out. Because man, his old lady voice sounds like Kit Boga doing an old lady voice. It does not sound like an old lady. And there's like a digital quality to all of the audio because of the way the Roland does the frequency shifting. But through a phone line, I suppose it works out. Go, get that collar on there. Man, the little things that I'm doing in order to keep this thing from spilling all over the desk take a bit of time. Oh yeah, Microsoft calling you on the phone. Yeah, like they're gonna do that. Yeah. Your Windows key needs refreshing. We're from Microsoft. We promise. Believe us that your Windows could be susceptible to some issues. Hey, it's me, Bill Gates. Ah, I stabbed my hand. God, that was almost bad. What I did is this thing slipped out of my hand, fell like this, and then I moved my hand over to it and just went right on these little spiky boys. So that hurt. Man. Hanged up, traced the number, stolen number from an old man in town. Whoa, that's pretty intense. Yeah, like the Swedish FBI. Here to investigate the murder. Ow. All right, so let's get these routed. These are just the returns from the two motor. These two tubes that I'm putting in right now. These are what it's all about. This is the whole reason that I did this. This is the reason that I did this, is to cool the motor drivers. Nothing else needs to be cooled in this system. These are the ones that get it. Everything else is just for fun. What was fun? I forget what fun was. Everybody takes my stream too seriously. All right. Down like this. That'll eventually route differently, but... This is not as elegant as the previous water cooling. You guys remember fun? I don't really remember fun. Fun is a luxury that we don't have around here. We've got tech to do. Science and technology. There's no room for fun. Well, that works out pretty nicely. Nothing's doing too deep of a bend. I mean, I'll have to manage these and, like, you know, organize them a little bit and make sure that they fall correctly and all the right bends are in there and stuff. Because, like, yeah, they're a little bit weird right now. All right. Fun died when they made it into a measurement. Water! There's no Kool-Aid Man face on this thing. Oh, fun side. Jesus Christ, Lord Squeak. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. Everything is blocked in. One thing that I need to do is get power to the pump. That's going to be 6 to 12 volts, right? That's what it said on the thing. So I need a 6 to 12 volt power supply, and I need like a wall wart for it, which is that's not a hard thing to ask. I'm not gonna put googly eyes on it, Demi, because I gotta wash it. I gotta wash it. I actually drink out of that thing. Let's see, what's this one? DVE, 5 volts, 2.5 amps. Nope. All right, I got a bunch of wall warts down here. I'm not gonna move the camera yet. 15 volts. Jesus Christ, dude. It's just hard to can I just get like a 12 volt power supply? What's this one? This one is AC adapter. 12 volts, 1.5 amp. That'll do. That'll do. Just a simple wall wart. With the wrong plug on the end. God damn it. Fucking God. Piece of shit. All right. I can probably clip the end if I need to and just put it through the power supply. Actually, you know what? We should do that. I need to put it through the power supply. Wait, do I need to even clip the end? Can I just plug this thing in? Do I have a... Wait, what's this one? E-Flight charger. 12 volt, 1.25. Big plug? Big-ish plug? Yeah, there we go. Got it. Oh, thanks, E-Flight charger. So before we run it, obviously we need to prime the system. Can't really see much of the stuff that's going on back here, or from this angle, which is kind of unfortunate. I mean, you can peek behind it and see some of the cool water cooling stuff. That's why I was toying with the idea of flipping this whole thing around so that all the water cooling stuff was in the front and you can actually see stuff. But you'll be able to see the cascade waterfall and this thing doing its thing if everything's working properly. So yeah, let's get this party going here. Let's see if we can actually get some flow all the way out to here, or if we get leaks all over my freaking shop. And for that, I'm gonna put some stuff up and away. Some stuff will go up and away just in case. Just in case. And if it pukes its guts, then we'll just rage quit and I'll be back on Thursday. I don't think it'll puke its guts though. I think this will be just fine. I think this will be just fine because unlike people entering the stream earlier, I actually know what I'm doing. I actually have a sense of what I'm doing here. I've done this stuff before. When you were just a twinkle in your daddy's eyes, I was doing this kind of stuff. So I still need to mount this to the side of the frame rail, but all right. So you guys can see what I'm doing and get a sense of what's. I mean, if you really want to see where the leaks are, just look for the cool areas on the desk, because water is fairly cool. This is, by the way, this is a if you're doing stuff with like water cooling with these 5 1/4 drive bays, this is an infuser for meat, and it came with a bunch of different tips, but it's got all these wonderful food-rated silicone fittings in it. I use this to fill up water cooling reservoirs because it's just really good at that. You can get in there and you can drain a reservoir, you can fill a reservoir with this thing, and it holds enough liquid to be formidable in that respect. It's a cool little tool for it. Hey, thanks for the follows. GMR Doge. Yeah, so as we fill this up, we're going to get bubbles. Looks like we've already got liquid down here. Now, the problem with this little shroopity-hoopity scoop is that bubbles are going to form in the blocks. So my hope is that this pump is strong enough to force the bubbles out of the block. I think when Burn the Subs is running, I'm going to want the pump to be on continuous duty. And then occasionally when it's stopped, I'll have a scheduler in the Raspberry Pi that will run the pump every now and again. It'll just turn on the cooling system. And we'll have LEDs that come on with the cooling system just so that it's known that it's functioning. And that'll be the way we do it. Turkey baster. I mean, I was thinking about turkey baster, but didn't we use turkey baster in the past? All right, let's give it a little tilt, because once we tilt it, right now, this is a big bubble, right? The water's gone down and it's filled all these lines and come back up, but it hasn't totally exited. So if I tilt this forwards, we should get a bunch of bubbles coming in and up out of the thing. I tilt it this way. I got to tilt it back this way. We're getting more and more bubbles as we do this. This is where water leaks out over all of my stuff. And then I end the stream in a teary mess. I'll just be crying. I don't want to spill out of the top of the reservoir, but I will, as God as my witness. I hate that phrase, as God as my witness. It's with God as my witness. You are not God. You're not God. Stop acting like it. It's with God as my witness, not as God as my witness. All right, we got bubbles. We got this thing. I'm going to unplug it and plug in this weird Netgear style adapter to the wall. Let's see what kind of flow we get out of this shit. You guys ready for some leaking? I'll flip this around at some point, but do that. Get this over here. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. How do you guys feel about this? Ooh, that is a loud pump. Okay, it made a lot of noise and nothing happened. It made a lot of noise and nothing happened. Why? There's a giant bubble in here. Oh, there's a little... I got a drop out of something. It might have just been a splashy drop. Let's see if we can get that bubble out of there. I need to get the bubble out of the pump right now. There it is. Yeah, the pump isn't exactly, it's not below, it is below the water line, but I need it to prime. The pump was unprimed. I'm gonna stick my finger in this and then I'll be able to get the bubbles out of the pump here. There, all right, that should be enough that it's able to start itself up. It sounded like an angry little pump though. Worm! What? A different god. All right, go. There we go. These are some noises coming out of this thing. Oh, look at all these bubbles. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. It is louder just because it's scraping up against... Yeah, this will be quiet when it doesn't scrape up against everything. Let's get all the bubbles out of the system, though. Okay. Water is flowing to everybody right now. And we've got a nice cascade going on here. And there's a nice little pinwheel. It's not moving very much, but it is moving. Yeah, it's most of the flow is through these. This is still leaking. Why are you still leaking? I gave you every opportunity to seal. Well, the fact that it's leaking all the way... Oh, look at that. Pinch the line, stop spinning. So everybody is working in concert. What's the cascade doing? Looking cool. That's all it does. It just looks cool. Yeah, all the bubbles are gone from this. And we're still getting flow if I lift it up above the reservoir. I think we're good to use this system as a water cooling system. The only issue right now is that this thing is leaking. I think it's the center one of these little nipples. Hold on. I got drops of water forming on this. Oh, that one might be a problem too. I need to push down on these a little bit. Or else you're leaking. This one. Hi, it's me. Please stop leaking. Thanks. Nope, it's still gone. Yeah, I gotta chase down these leaks then. I wonder where they're leaking. There's still bubbles in this? It got all the bubbles out of this. That's pretty impressive. Now we know why they're out of stock. I think one of the fittings is leaking. I don't think it's my... It might be my tubing and stuff, but... I may need a little bead of RTV around the base. Just to ensure that things don't leak, because I'm getting drips out of this. But yeah, I'm actually fairly happy with how that's running with a 12-volt pump. Which means I got to figure out how to get 12 volts all the way out to the thing. Ah, it's a lot of drips in the back. Well, I'm glad I had this at an angle. There are a lot of drips coming out of the back here. They're coming out of the base of the fittings. So it could be my little collar method could not be suitable to hold back the amount of pressure that's going through these lines. That could be the problem here. So I could maybe do with like a longer length on that, or something else to seal it, like a small zip tie or a wire. All right, well I'm gonna turn this off before it makes a soupy mess out of my desk, because like all of these are freaking leaking. Under regular pressure, I think they'll be okay, kind of, but I'll have to strategically place a bunch of paper towels down. Try it, blow a heat gun at it. Schmide, you know that I'm gonna attack you for that. So I'm just not gonna say anything to that suggestion. All right, clean this all off. I gotta lean it back up against the desk because I don't want the Raspberry Pi to get water all over it. Not that it would kill it. I just, because I have spilled water on a Raspberry Pi before. You just gotta kind of clean it off. Make sure it's nice and dry afterwards. But this will be all right. So I gotta piss drain this water cooling system now, which means unplugging this and putting it into the pitcher and just letting it slowly leak all of its liquids out, because I got the top open, so the system should probably go towards the lowest thing, and then it'll probably store little bits of water here and there. See, down here these fit perfectly fine. I have no moisture down there. It's just on this reservoir. I don't know if it's the fitting itself that's leaking, or if it's my interface between the tube and the fitting. If I did a longer piece, I wonder if that would hold on to it better. That might. But I'm excited that water's getting all the way out to this thing, even to leak. So if I also back off of 12 volts, it probably wouldn't leak. I think with 12 volts, there's probably a lot of water pressure going through the system. The pump is kind of loud. If it gets a rubber mount, it'll be quieter. So if I do it on an isolated rubber mount, it'll be much quieter. And then maybe if I do it less than 12 volts, like 9 or 8 volts, maybe it'll be quieter. I am going to, basically what I've done is I've sopped up all the stuff on the desk. I'll fill the reservoir back up a little bit, and then I'll see if it just gravity drips over Wednesday. And then on Thursday, we'll come back and maybe we'll do a little Fusion 360, because we need to make cool patterns in this stuff. And there's a couple other little things that we need to do here and there. I'll figure out something else that we can do project-wise. I mean, we still need to do the magnet things that are going to hold on to the front panel, too. So those are things that I would like to get to, I'd like to work on. And yeah, we'll figure it out when we get there. That'll be pretty cool. That'll be pretty cool. Need to make that cutout for this, and then yeah, the front panel will fit on and it'll have tubes running through it and shit. Hell, I could even do the tubes in front of the screen. Oh, that's going to be a mutant. I love it. I love it. And we need to figure out how we're going to do the button panel too. Just like a project box down here that'll have 3 buttons on it. Maybe a status LED, I haven't really decided. Looks like this thing is leaking on its own. That's not good. Why do you leak like this? Why would you do this? How is it fucking leaking? I'll have to figure out what the mechanism behind the leaking is, because if I think it's my tubes and they're just not clamped on enough. But it's like, it's kind of disappointing to me to have it leak like this. My leak. Why would you do this? Maybe I can find something that clamps it a little tighter. I don't know. Heat shrink tubes? I think that might be a solution too. That might be a really good idea, Demi. Because these are heat tolerant. And so if I put a little piece of heat shrink tube on the end, that'll squish it down pretty hard. Yeah, that might actually be the solution here. That might be it. Although the little cutoff nipples might not play with world's smallest worm gear clamps. Don't use worm gear. Worm glur. My brain doesn't work anymore, chat. Don't use worm gear clamps on anything. They bite into the hose and eventually die, especially in a vibration environment. I mean, if you have to use them, but they're not good. They're like the worst style of clamp that you can use. because they degrade the thing that they're clamping to. Also, with the expansion and contraction of a cooling system in a car, worm gear clamps are like, they're cancer. Anyway, I got to keep this leaning at this angle. It needs to be isolated, and I'll keep an eye on it. And then when we come back on Thursday, we'll work a little bit with the solids that we've already created and see if we can make something that I can print a little faster. Now that we know where the tubes are going, we can try to kind of get an idea of where the wires are going, and perhaps I might be able to use shrink wrap tubing in order to create more of a seal on those. The only problem with shrink wrap tubing is that if I have to break the tubes off, it'll still provide the same amount of pressure. So I guess if I have to break the tubes off, I can put them back on with the shrink wrap. Yeah, that might be a good idea. That might be the way that I go. If Project Binky uses worm clamps, then it's good for me. They're a bad idea. If you could get the worm clamps that have the overlapping piece of metal, those are a little bit better. But yeah, I know the Fusion, the only way that I could get the texture to look right without using multiple pieces of material, I just wanted one solid for the outside, was to add wood texture to it. And it turns out it just adds like a log texture to the entire thing. So my joke the other day, I don't think you weren't around, Dewey, but my joke the other day was that I basically hollowed out a tree. There's like a square section missing from a tree somewhere. But yeah, anywho. All right, that's all I got for today. I mean, we got good progress here. It looks like this thing is still leaking. It's still dripping onto the desk. Great. So I gotta piss drain my my cooling system here by taking this piece off and putting the two tubes in the pitcher so it can slowly piss out all of its extra stuff. It turns out my method of cutting the hose and putting it back over the hose fitting is leaky. I don't believe that. That or the fittings on those reservoirs are leaky. I don't think that's the case, but if it is, we'll have to figure out how to solve that. I'll have to put RTV in like a syringe and run that around there, run a little bead around that in order to seal it up. That's crazy to me though. That's utterly just nonsense. So we'll try a little shrink wrap on the tubes when we come back, and we'll see if that shuts down the leak. Under the desk? What? What are you talking about? I just need to put the pitcher on the floor and then drain it to the lowest point. That's all I mean. You guys are weird. All right, that's all I got for today. Do the end card. Fat's been keeping up with that, which is awesome. Boop. So I'll see you guys in 1 day, 19 hours, 10 minutes, and 27 seconds. I think I'm just gonna shutter it for now. I mean, we got some good raids today, right? I mean, Cosmo Quest jumped in. Who's doing stuff? Classy Pax is around. President Stump, I don't even know what that means. Djibouti Show's doing stuff. Dex Bonus is playing Final Fantasy. What else do we got? All kinds of stuff. Yeah, you guys can figure out where to go. Rava's doing Project Zomboid, which is like what everybody is playing right now. They're super addicted to that. I'm not getting involved. I'm not allowed to play My Summer Car until I stream it next. The next game stream will involve trying to get that award, but we'll see when that is. And I will talk to you guys later. Have a good night. I'll be back on Thursday.